Chapter 748, One Man's Strength. When the firestorm swept through the land, it turned the mountain path into a river of fire. Watching the players inside the fire turn to ash horrified everyone. This spell sure is scary. Luckily, I wasn't with the front line. A level 32 shield warrior in silver heavy armor gulped as he watched the flames in front of him. He had only been a thread away from losing his life. Had he taken another step forward, he would have died like the Guardian Knight who had been in front of him a second ago. The Guardian Knight had over 12,000 HP and had Protection Blessing and Magic Resistance Aura activated. The Guardian Knight had even received a Truth Shield from a Cleric and a Defense Blessing from an Oracle. Yet, said Guardian Knight still evaporated in a matter of seconds. Huh. Someone's heading this way. The heavy armored shield warrior suddenly discovered a figure charging straight for him. Someone actually dares to face us alone? Brothers, let's *CK him up, a level 32 berserker snarled as he raised his heavy sword. The berserker immediately received an enthusiastic response from his companions. They all took up a stance to welcome the approaching enemy. After the enemy toyed with them using the frost grenades, resentment filled these players' hearts. Now that a fool charged at them blindly, this was the perfect chance to let off some steam. The heavy armored shield warrior squinted, trying to see the figure hidden in the smoke. When he glimpsed Shifeng's general appearance, he shouted, terrified, "Wait! I think that's Black Flame." The dozen or so berserkers and shield warriors, who had activated charge, could not help their shock. However, as they had already activated their skills and were only a dozen or so yards away from Shifeng, retreat was no longer an option. Every one of them hardened their resolve as they aimed their most powerful skills at Shifeng. To Shifeng, however, these berserkers and shield warriors' attack speeds were simply too low. Moreover, these dozen or so players had already entered Shifeng's range. Now that Shifeng was in the Void Realm, his perception allowed him to see the attack trajectories of these dozen or so players with a single glance. Suddenly, Shifeng's footwork changed. Like a cool breeze, he swept through the pincer attack. As he passed these players, the killing ray in his hand left behind several streaks of dazzling blue light on their bodies. On the other hand, none of the enemy's swords and sabers even touched Shifeng. In seconds, over a dozen plate armor classes died, each dropping a weapon or piece of equipment as they fell to the ground. Over a dozen immortal souls flowed into the marking on Shifeng's hand. If these people had known that the players who Shifeng killed would lose their immortal souls, not being able to log into the game for a few days, in addition to the usual level and skill proficiency loss, they probably would have sacrificed themselves to the river of fire before letting Shifeng get near them. How is this even possible? Everyone from the Star Alliance, who watched from a short distance away, were dumbfounded as Shifeng finished off over a dozen players in a matter of seconds. They felt a weight that they had never experienced pressing down on them, their breathing growing haggard as a result. Previously, they merely thought that Shifeng was amazing and powerful. However, this kind of power was somewhat illusory for them. They did not fully understand it. However, only after facing this power themselves did they realize how massive a gap there was between them and Shifeng. Now that they realized Shifeng's true power, they nearly lost their grip on their weapons from fear. And although they tried to move, neither their hands nor their feet responded. Suddenly, everyone thought that their previous idea of overwhelming Shifeng with numbers was childish. By the time they returned to their senses, Shifeng had appeared right before them. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on their bodies. There sure are a lot of people. As Shifeng glanced at the crowd of Star Alliance members blocking his way, he lifted Killing Ray and slashed downwards. Thundering flash. Suddenly, several lightning strikes slithered towards the Star Alliance players, leaving behind dazzling electric arcs in the air. With a single move, Shifeng gained dozens of immortal souls and cleared a path for himself. By the time the Star Alliance members reacted and tried to surround and contain Shifeng, he had already dashed into the crowd and began a slaughter. Chop! Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Skywheel Sword. Feng leisurely harvested the Star Alliance's lives, one after another. Despite the elite members throwing all sorts of control skills at Feng, who had activated the aura of space, none of these control skills had taken effect. As for the various attacks sent at him, with his movement speed, none of them even came close to hitting him. Frequently, onlookers watched bodies soar into the air, hitting the ground with a thud far from the Star Alliance's elite army. Those who watched were stupefied. Not only had Feng's onslaught slowed the Star Alliance's offensive, but he had also killed a large fraction of the Star Alliance's elites. Feng was unstoppable as he rushed through the Star Alliance's army. As Zero Wings members watched the slaughter, their fighting spirits burned within them as they joined the offensive. He's so strong. Black Flame can actually hold off the Star Alliance's assault by himself? Is he even a player? The players from the secret pavilion watching from afar were stunned. Feng's astonishing performance even aroused many of the pavilion's female players. Despite being surrounded by enemies, not only did Feng's rampage continue without pause, but he was also able to evade everyone's attacks in the limited space. This feat was immensely difficult. The secret pavilion's experts were quite confident that they could handle 100 elite players by themselves. During the battle, they would try to choose the most favorable terrain for their fights, using it to funnel their opponents, limiting the number they had to face at a single time. This way, they would have a much easier time defending against and dodging attacks. However, when the enemy surrounded them, the difficulty of defending and dodging increased exponentially. They would most likely last only a moment before they died. Even Cold Autumn, who was known as a genius of the new generation, would be lucky if he lasted even 20 seconds. However, Feng had already lasted over a minute. Moreover, he had yet to receive any damage. Black Flame. Complex emotions filled Galaxy Past's heart as he watched Feng. The Star Alliance's overall strength had clearly surpassed Zero Wings by a large margin. The Alliance had even received assistance from various guilds. They had amassed a force that not even Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined could defeat. Yet, at the end of the day, he never would have imagined that. In this war, involving hundreds of thousands of elite players, Zero Wing grasped the outcome, dominating simply because they had Feng on their side. It should have been impossible for a single player to change the outcome of a major guild war, yet at this moment, that is exactly what had happened. Moreover, this domination occurred right before his very eyes. This will end now. Killing intent flashed in Galaxy Past's eyes as he lifted his great sword and charged at Feng, shouting, "Everyone, attack him as one." Even Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo, took action. Over 100 experts also circled to Feng's back stealthily. Chapter 749, Wargod Possession. Galaxy Past finally can't endure it. Yuan Tixin could not help but smile as he watched Galaxy Past, who rushed at Feng. Although it was impossible for Feng to wipe out the Star Alliance's army, even if Galaxy Past let the swordsman be, doing so would wound the Alliance's morale severely. If Galaxy Past did not stop Feng's unrestrained slaughter, the elite members' opinions of their guild might hit rock bottom. When Ouroboros' army arrived, the Star Alliance would truly be finished. However, with this opportunity, Yuan Tixin would finally see Feng's limits. During the battles against Sky and Red Feather, Feng had shown rapid improvements to his combat power. Initially, Yuan Tixin merely thought that Feng's stunning performances against Sky and Red Feather were a result of his overwhelming attributes. However, after seeing Feng last so long while surrounded by elites, yet not receiving any damage, this was no longer a matter of superior attributes. Without stepping into the Void Realm, which allowed one to perceive one's environment as if it were a part of their own body, it was impossible to dodge so many spell and arrow attacks coming from behind accurately. Yuan Tixin suddenly realized something that made his skin crawl. The secret pavilion had collected plenty of information regarding Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Yuan Tixin, himself, had read the reports on Black Flame multiple times. In the beginning, Black Flame had gained his fame in Star Moon Kingdom through his identity as a forger, earning himself the title of Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger. However, as Black Flame began to appear in battle, everything had changed. Black Flame had relied on absolute strength to defeat his enemies. Through his achievement of killing his enemies with a single hit, he had gained the title of One-Hit Asura. However, Black Flame's performance had been a result of his excellent equipment and very high basic attributes. As for his combat standards, he was merely a top-tier expert in the eyes of the general public. He had not even been a match for Cold Autumn when it came to combat standards. He was only someone with a wealth of combat experience. He could not hold the attention of the major powers in God's domain. Yet, as he participated in more battles, Black Flame's combat standard surprised the public again and again. He had gone from half-step refinement realm to reaching the refinement realm fully, then entering the flowing water realm as well. As his battle count increased, Black Flame's abilities increased. Now, he had reached the void realm. Yuan Tianxin refused to believe that Black Flame's battles had just been acts. Moreover, experts who had set foot into the realms of refinement had their own pride. They would not suppress their strength to deal with a weakling. There was no point to that. Since it wasn't an act, Yuan Tianxin could only think of one possibility. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, had improved with an intensely terrifying speed. Compared to the horror of Black Flame's basic attributes, his growth was what truly frightened people. The secret pavilion considered Cold Autumn a genius because he was young. In addition, despite training with the pavilion for less than a year, he had already reached the half-step refinement realm and could break through to the refinement realm at any moment. Cold Autumn's growth was even faster than Yuan Tianxin's when he had been young. But, what about Black Flame? How long had it been since God's domain launched? In less than 2 months, Black Flame had gone from someone who was not even a half-step refinement realm expert to a true void realm expert. Was he even still human? Even Martial Dragon, someone whom the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had considered a genius that only appeared once every 10 years, would not be a match for Black Flame. In the future, Black Flame might very well become one of the virtual gaming world's monsters. With that in mind, Yuan Tianxin decided that, even if Zero Wing suffered defeat in this war, he would offer to aid Zero Wing in securing Stone Forest Town, taking the opportunity to get associated with the guild. God's domain, as a virtual reality game, was massive. It was different from the virtual reality games they had seen in the past. Even a super guild should not consider the idea of monopolizing the game. Moreover, the waters of the virtual gaming world were relatively deep. Now that various major international corporations had put a foot in as well, the virtual gaming world had become far more complicated. If the secret pavilion could gain a powerful ally like Zero Wing, it would benefit the pavilion's development in the future. The pavilion could seize more opportunities and gain a stronger influence. Just as Yuan Tianxin plotted to strengthen the relationship between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, over 100 figures approached Shifeng with astonishing speed. I'll hold his attention. Find an opportunity to attack. Galaxy Past commanded through the team chat as he approached Shifeng. He then retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag. Shifeng might be able to fight with relative ease while surrounded by elite players, but it would be a different story if he were surrounded by expert players. It was extremely difficult for elite players to push their virtual bodies to their limits. However, this was not an issue for experts. They could do so easily. Naturally, Shifeng had no trouble with elite players if he fought with everything he had. However, it was a vastly different story against experts who also pushed themselves to their limits. Black Flame, I'll teach you that a first-rate guild is not easy to deal with. Galaxy Past shouted. He then dumped the deep blue potion down his throat. At the same time, he activated his Berserk skill, Wargod Possession. Suddenly, not only did his body grow a size larger, but it also released a brilliant golden glow. His aura was even stronger than a Lord-ranked monster, and this sudden change sent a ripple of shock through the Star Alliance's army. Since the various guilds had learned of Zero Wing's Berserk skills, they had spared no effort to collect their own. Galaxy Past had even mobilized the entire guild's strength and lost several thousand elite players to obtain Wargod possession, the Berserk skill that all Berserkers dreamed of having. Wargod possession was a Tier 1 taboo skill. Its effects could even rival an ordinary Tier 2 Berserk skill. Moreover, the skill was very well suited for the Berserker class. Upon activation, it instantly increased the user's strength by 150%, all other attributes by 80%, and defense by 200%. Moreover, the less HP the user had, the higher the strength bonus the user received. The only shortcoming the skill had was its short duration of 20 seconds. Once those 20 seconds passed, the user would enter a weakened state for 1 hour. The skill also had a 24-hour cooldown. It was a forbidden skill that should only be used during the most crucial moments. However, to deal with Shifeng, who possessed frightening attributes, Galaxy Past had no choice but to activate this Berserk skill. As insurance, Galaxy Past drank an extreme speed potion, a rare, high-level potion that he had obtained from a quest. The potion increased movement speed by 100% and attack speed by 150% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. With the effects of Wargod possession and the extreme speed potion, it was not entirely impossible to kill Shifeng. Moreover, not long ago, Shifeng had used his own Berserk skill. Berserk skills generally had very long cooldowns. Only a short time had elapsed since Shifeng had last used his. It was impossible for his Berserk skill to have cooled down already. Without a Berserk skill, even if Shifeng's attributes were more powerful, he was not a match for Galaxy Past, who had activated a Tier 1 taboo skill. Black Flame. It's time you know what it feels like to have your attributes overwhelmed. Galaxy Past activated Charge and appeared before Shifeng like a ghost. With a malevolent smile, he swung down his dark gold-ranked greatsword, Weeping Silver, violently. Boom! When Weeping Silver descended, an explosion shook the area. The ground beneath Shifeng's feet shattered, revealing long sword marks. A level 32 shield warrior, who had accidentally collided with the sword aura, lost his life instantly. Galaxy Past's horrific power caused everyone to shudder. Chapter 750, Berserk. Galaxy Past's performance shocked every player who saw it. Nobody had ever imagined that Galaxy Past was so powerful. Not only was his strength unmatched, but he was also so fast that people only caught a glimpse of him as he moved. Despite using Violent Strike, one of the most common Berserker skills, he displayed more power than an AoE attack skill. Even a lord of the same level would pale in the face of such destructive power. Black Flame is done for sure this time. This scene cleared away the Star Alliance's defeated mood. As expected of the Star Alliance's guild leader. He actually hid such a card so well. Glorious Echo was also impressed. Although he had his own trump card, it was slightly inferior to Galaxy Past's. With such strength and speed, even if Black Flame had not died from the sudden blow, he would be heavily injured. The 100 or so expert players stilled their footsteps, thinking that the battle had ended, that their help was no longer needed. When the dust settled, however, a man, wearing a black cloak and wielding an emerald longsword, stood before Galaxy Past, unharmed. He blocked it? How? Everyone's jaws nearly fell to the ground. Shifeng had actually blocked Galaxy Past's attack, which had been stronger than a lord's. Everyone had thought that Shifeng might evade the attack, but never had they thought Shifeng would block it with his sword. Moreover, Shifeng was still unscathed. Only the ground beneath his feet had fragmented, the cracks spreading out across 5 yards in every direction. From the state of the ground, they knew how heavy Galaxy Past's Violent Strike had been. Such immense strength. Shifeng felt his hand, which held on to Killing Ray, go numb. Although he had sensed Galaxy Past charge at him, he had not expected the Berserker's strength and speed to increase by so much. With that kind of speed, it had been too late to dodge. If not for his perception of his environment having sharpened, he would not have executed parry in time to block Galaxy Past's attack. Parry was considered one of a swordsman's life-saving skills. It could neutralize one instance of damage coming from ahead of the user. However, the user would not be exempt from the impact. If Galaxy Past's attack had struck Feng's body, even with his high defense and his HP being over 14,500, he would not have died, but he wouldn't have had much HP left either. I want to see just how many life-saving skills you possess. Seeing that his surprise attack had failed, Galaxy Past swung Weeping Silver and executed Horizontal Slash. Not only did Horizontal Slash have a larger attack range than Violent Strike, but it was also significantly faster. With the boost from the Extreme Speed Potion, Weeping Silver transformed into a streak of silver light as it shot toward Feng. Galaxy Past completely disregarded his own safety, revealing all sorts of weak points as he attacked. He was fully intent on trading Feng a hit for a hit. In response, Feng used silent steps and avoided the devouring white light. Reappearing behind Galaxy Past, he swung Killing Ray down on the Berserker. While using a skill, players were highly susceptible to revealing weak points if they were not adept with a skill's movements. Galaxy Past experienced this for himself. Transforming into a streak of electric blue light, Killing Ray descended with frightening speed. Even if Galaxy Past had wanted to block the attack, it was too late. However, as if he had expected this, Galaxy Past immediately executed Whirlwind Slash, spinning with his greatsword. He ignored the blue light descending towards him, fully intent on trading damage for damage. In terms of strength, Galaxy Past had an absolute advantage. Hence, if they traded blows, Galaxy Past would come out victorious. Feng had no intentions of granting Galaxy Past's wish. With a thought, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom! The blue light slammed into Galaxy Past's body, stealing over 2,300 of the Berserker's HP. Meanwhile, although Weeping Silver found its mark, Feng's Defensive Blade blocked the damage. Such high defense. Feng clicked his tongue. He wielded the epic weapon, Killing Ray. His one-handed sword mastery had even reached the basic Sword King standard, which increased his damage with the one-handed sword by 80%. He could easily finish off a cloth armor class of the same level with a single hit. Yet, his attack had only inflicted around -2,300 damage. Galaxy Past currently had 21,000 HP, Feng's single attack had merely devoured slightly over 1/10 of his HP. Just as Feng intended to get a few more hits in, he noticed a Guardian Knight's protection blessing suddenly enveloping Galaxy Past. A Cleric's Truth Shield and an Oracle's Defense Blessing also fell over the Berserker. A healing light touched Galaxy Past's head, instantly recovering his HP to full. Quickly, Feng brandished Killing Ray and launched a barrage of attacks. However, all he managed to do was shatter the Truth Shield. He was still short of shattering the Defense Blessing. An Oracle's Defense Blessing and a Cleric's Truth Shield were different. The Truth Shield could protect the target's entire body, and the caster's mana determined how much damage it could absorb. Defense Blessing, on the other hand, could only block attacks coming from one direction. However, the target's maximum HP determined how much damage it could absorb. A Tier 1 Defense Blessing could absorb damage equal to 30% of the target's maximum HP. Since Galaxy Past had 21,000 HP, a Defense Blessing cast on him could absorb over 6,000 damage. Feng frowned slightly. They were currently surrounded by members of the Star Alliance. If Feng were facing an elite MT, even if said MT activated Shield Wall, he was confident that he could finish off the MT quickly without giving the healers a chance to heal him. Now, however, Galaxy Past's defense was simply too high. The Berserker's HP had also increased to 21,000, and he had the damage reduction from Protection Blessing. It was practically impossible to kill Galaxy Past before the healers recovered his HP. Although the predicament troubled Feng, Galaxy Past was shocked. He finally realized just how massive the gap was between him and Feng. Feng's attack power was insanely high. Wargod possession had increased Galaxy Past's defense by 200%. It would be impressive if expert berserkers could even deal around -900 damage to him, yet Shifeng had dealt over -2,300 damage with a single attack, nearly 3 times higher than those expert berserkers. If not for the aid from the surrounding experts, he might have lost close to half of his HP from that exchange. Galaxy, I'll help you. Glorious Echo had also noticed how massive the gap was between Galaxy Past and Shifeng in terms of combat standards. Even with the surrounding experts' help, it would not be easy to take down Shifeng. Hence, as an additional precaution, Glorious Echo activated his Berserk skill as well, his attributes soaring instantly. Although his Berserk skill, Evil God's Power, could not compare to Galaxy Past's Wargod possession, it was still a very rare Berserk skill. Moreover, Glorious Echo was a shield warrior. His normal HP was already close to 13,000. After activating the Berserk skill, his HP rose to over 26,000. He also radiated a bloody miasma, which formed a faint layer of blood armor around his body, increasing his defense significantly. Glorious Echo then revealed a Tier 2 blue magic scroll and used it. Lightning Speed, Tier 2 magic scroll. Increases the target's movement speed by 80%, attack speed by 120%, and damage by 20% for 30 seconds. Cannot be stacked. Cooldown, 1 hour. When the Star Alliance members saw the 2 guild leaders activate their own Berserk skills, their confidence rose. The expert players a short distance away began to support the 2 guild leaders, casting buffs and heals. At this moment it was practically impossible to kill Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo. Black Flame, today will be the day you die. Glorious Echo used charge, following up with a Justice Roar and releasing a dazzling glow as he forced Shifeng to focus on him. If he didn't, Glorious Echo's strength and speed would increase significantly, and killing Shifeng would become much easier. Yet, as soon as Glorious Echo arrived before Shifeng, he discovered that Shifeng was smiling. That smile told him 2 things: everything was under Shifeng's control, and they had foolishly jumped into Shifeng's trap. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Suddenly, numerous golden dragon scales covered Shifeng's body, the strength of his aura rising exponentially. It felt like they had woken an ancient beast, and one could not help but shiver when this aura swept over them. Chapter 751, Ancient, Broken Sword. Crap. He still has a Berserk skill. Galaxy Past was shocked. Hurriedly, he lifted his greatsword and swung it toward Shifeng, taking the opportunity to assist Glorious Echo. Just as frightened by this sudden development, Glorious Echo instinctively lifted his massive, golden shield. A blue streak of light flashed across them. Boom! Glorious Echo was forced back by 6 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. -527. Although the damage was small, practically negligible compared to Glorious Echo's 26,000 HP, Glorious Echo's shield hand was numb and trembling. A grave expression crossed over the shield warrior's face. After activating Evil God's Power, his defense had received a massive boost. In addition, as a shield warrior, he possessed skills and equipment that reduced the damage he took. After activating Shield Wall, the damage was reduced by another 60%. He had even blocked Shifeng's attack with his shield. And Shifeng still dealt over -500 damage to him. In terms of strength, Shifeng was practically a humanoid boss. If Glorious Echo had not blocked Shifeng's attack, his HP might have dropped by a frightening amount. Suddenly, Galaxy Past's Weeping Silver slashed at Shifeng. Just before the streak of silver light bit into its target, Weeping Silver suddenly stopped before Shifeng, the weapon unable to proceed by even an inch. Unfortunately for Galaxy Past, Defensive Blade had intercepted the attack. That damned life-saving skill. Galaxy Past's previous excited expression vanished. He had forgotten that Shifeng's Defensive Blade was still in effect. Shio! This time, a streak of blue light bloomed on Galaxy Past. A damage of -2,054 points appeared above Galaxy Past's head, shocking the Berserker. Hurriedly, Galaxy Past brandished his sword in an attempt to block Shifeng's follow-up attacks. When Shifeng brandished Killing Ray, none of them could even see the sword's afterimage. They could only see the faint blue arcs of lightning that trailed after the epic weapon. Numerous blue lights streaked across Galaxy Past's body. Although Galaxy Past was very fast thanks to the extreme speed potion, he was a berserker. Even after drinking the potion, he was only slightly faster than Shifeng. When Killing Ray's lightning effect triggered, Galaxy Past could not see the weapon's attack trajectory at all. Despite his desperate attempts to defend himself, Galaxy Past only avoided a few of Shifeng's attacks. -4,719. -1,984. -2,018. Galaxy Past's HP fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had lost over half of his total HP. In the next moment, however, several heals soothed his pain, each recovering over 3,000 HP. In an instant, Galaxy Past recovered to full HP. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, stop wasting your time. You can't kill me. At first, Galaxy Past had thought he was dead for sure. For a moment there, he had completely forgotten about the numerous expert players supporting him from the sidelines. As long as Shifeng couldn't instant kill him, these expert healers would recover his HP immediately. Knowing this, Galaxy Past's confidence grew. Growing bolder, he took the initiative to attack Shifeng, disregarding the swordsman's attacks. Watching, the frightened Glorious Echo also calmed down and continued charging at Shifeng. Although neither of them was a match for Shifeng, as long as they could land one hit out of the dozens of attacks they sent, they would obtain their victory. With both of them having such high defense and protection blessings, I won't be able to kill them within a short time. Sure enough, Heavenly Dragon's power alone won't be enough. Shifeng sighed. Suddenly, he leaped and broke away from the two guild leaders. He's trying to escape. Stop him. Galaxy Past shouted as Shifeng fled. His Wargod possession had a very short duration. If he could not defeat Shifeng within that duration, they would definitely lose this fight. Hearing Galaxy Past's command, the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills and rushed at Shifeng. Scram! Shifeng shouted. Turning, he swung Killing Ray violently. Hurricane. Hurricane. Deals 200% plus, 30% asterisk hurricane energy stacks, weapon damage in a 20-yard cone and lifts all targets struck into the air, preventing movement for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. This was one of the Tier 1 swordsman set equipment's additional skills, Hurricane. As Shifeng had long since built up 10 stacks of hurricane energy during his previous attacks, he used Hurricane at its maximum power. Instantly, the dozens of Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were blown into the air. Despite these players having activated Shield Wall and Protection Blessing, they still received over -15,000 points of damage. Some had even received a critical hit of more than -30,000 points. Instantly, every one of these MTs died before they hit the ground. However, Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo had used this brief opportunity to catch up with Shifeng. I finally have some space. Shifeng glanced at the approaching Berserker and Shield Warrior. He then retrieved the Dragon Slayer potion, which he had obtained from the Disaster Treasure Chest, and drank it. Dragon Slayer Potion, consumable. Increases all attributes by 100% and all resistances by 100 points for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 hours. In reality, Shifeng didn't need to use the Dragon Slayer Potion to deal with Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo. He could simply activate Blade Liberation. However, the 20-second weakening effect after the skill's duration was a risk that Shifeng could not afford. Hence, he toughened his resolve and chose to drink the Dragon Slayer Potion instead. That way, he would not receive any negative side effects that would hamper his combat power later on. After drinking the potion, Shifeng felt his entire body brim with energy. It felt as if his every attack contained enough power to decimate heaven and earth. Black Flame, you won't escape. After activating charge and arriving before Shifeng, Galaxy Past executed the Berserker's strongest Tier 1 skill, Lethal Blow. However, Shifeng suddenly stopped running. With double the attributes now, Shifeng turned around and evaded Galaxy Past's lethal blow easily. The killing ray then transformed into numerous blue lights that snaked towards the Berserker. Before Galaxy Past realized what had happened, killing ray had struck numerous times. -4,418. -9,578. -9,495. In the blink of an eye, Galaxy Past's HP hit rock bottom, his body falling to the ground. The healer standing at the rear had not even had the time to heal him. When Galaxy Past died, he dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient, broken sword with a golden hilt. Suddenly, the entire battlefield fell silent. The Star Alliance members who had tried to block Shifeng's path revealed expressions of disbelief. The guild leader they revered had been killed. When Glorious Echo saw his companion hit the dirt, he froze in his tracks, his will to fight vanishing. Shifeng's terrifying power left him thoroughly shaken. Shifeng noticed that Galaxy Past had dropped something extraordinary, so he took the opportunity to pick up the Berserker's loot while everyone was still caught in their stupor. They all watched in a daze as Shifeng collected the drops. Nobody dared try to stop him. Seeing as nobody wanted to approach him, Shifeng smiled faintly as he took a blue magic scroll out of his bag. Shifeng had also obtained this from the disaster treasure chest. Thunder's Wrath, Tier 3 Magic Scroll. Deals devastating damage within a radius of 100 yards for 5 seconds. Although this magic scroll was powerful, it had a channeling time of nearly 1 second. During this time, he could not afford any interruptions. This moment, however, was the perfect opportunity to use it. While everyone struggled with their shock, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and channeled the spell. With himself as the center, he activated Thunder's Wrath. Crap! Run, quickly! Glorious Echo shouted in a panic after realizing what was about to happen. Unfortunately, it was too late. To finish Shifeng off, the Star Alliance had gathered most of its experts around him. If Shifeng attempted to hunt down these experts one by one, they would have fled. If he used Thunder's Wrath, however, none of them would get away. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts began to descend. However, area-wide attacks like these usually required around 2 or 3 seconds to reach their full potential. During this period, the lightning strikes that snaked down from the sky would gradually increase. Hence, not all players within the affected area would take damage the instant the magic scroll activated. Upon activating Thunder's Wrath, Shifeng switched the aura of space to the aura of earth and activated absolute defense. The skill's duration was just enough to last through the duration of Thunder's Wrath. Shifeng then dashed towards the Star Alliance's expert players. Lightning bolts descended, one after another. Even Glorious Echo, who had the highest HP and defense among every player present, was vaporized when one of these bolts struck him. Shifeng weaved his way through the lightning storm as he collected the experts' immortal souls. This fed his current collection rapidly. By the time Thunder's Wrath ended, the Star Alliance's expert players had been wiped out. Chapter 752, Star Moons Number 1. Black Flame really is vicious. Yuan Tianxin could not help his sigh as he looked at the charred corpses in the distance. The Star Alliance is done for this time. Thousands of Star Alliance elite members had died in an instant. Who knew how much equipment was scattered across the ground? If converted to coins, just how much one would have to spend to purchase all of that equipment? To the Star Alliance, however, the lost items were only secondary. To deal with Black Flame, the Star Alliance had gone all out and sent most of its experts to surround Shifeng. Yet, with just one blow, Shifeng had annihilated all of them. This was an irrecoverable blow to the Star Alliance. Without these upper echelons commanding the war, the Star Alliance's army would definitely fall into chaos. Zero Wing and Ouroboros's armies would slaughter the survivors. After players died in God's domain, they could not contact those still alive in the game. They could only do so after they revived. However, unlike in dungeons, players would not revive immediately upon death. They needed to wait for half an hour before they could return to the world of the living. By the time half an hour had passed, the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains would, most likely, be over. At that time, there would be no point in returning. Even Yuan Tixin could not begin to estimate how many elite members the Star Alliance would lose in this war. However, what Yuan Tixin did not know was that Shi Feng had not only killed the Star Alliance's experts, but he had also absorbed many of their immortal souls. As a result, these upper echelons would not be able to log into God's domain for some time. After losing a war, a guild did not need to focus on its losses, but whether or not it could stabilize itself. If a guild's upper echelons could not log into God's domain for 2 or 3 days, even Shi Feng could not imagine the chaos that would befall the guild. Not only had the Star Alliance lost the war, but its upper echelons had also gone missing. Who would want to remain in such a guild? This was also why plundering immortal souls had become a taboo among players in God's domain in the past. Meanwhile, the reports of Shi Feng wiping out the Star Alliance's upper echelons with Thunder's wrath had begun to spread throughout the official forums. Instantly, the Star Moon Kingdom forums gone into an uproar. Black Flame is too godly. Damn! Black Flame can win, even surrounded by enemies? Is he even human? If Zero Wing has such an expert, it won't have any problems growing stronger. Please, carry me. Please accept me as your disciple, God Black Flame. Although I've just joined God's domain, I am going to join Zero Wing no matter what. Only minutes after Black Flame's battle video posted, it had been upvoted to the #1 spot on Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Meanwhile, the majority of the kingdom's players desperately wanted to join Zero Wing. Aside from focusing on Black Flame, players had also grown curious about Zero Wing's other experts and had begun to investigate the guild. The moment they checked, however, they were frightened. Zero Wing had 3 people who had reached the 8th floor of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. If one were a veteran player in God's domain, they would be very enthusiastic about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. The Trial Tower had become an important indicator for players' comparisons against each other. For players new to God's domain, it was practically a dream to clear even the 1st floor. As for veterans, reaching the 3rd floor was their limit, whereas elite players could roughly reach the 4th floor. Meanwhile, ordinary players already considered elite players experts. When forming a party to raid a dungeon, any party that had an elite player would be the envy of others. An elite player could increase the party's overall strength, making it a piece of cake to clear a hard mode party dungeon. As for the experts who had reached the 5th floor, ordinary players looked up at them as if they were stars. A city would only have several hundred experts, some even had less than 100. NPC cities' player population could range anywhere from 70,000 to over 1 million. One could imagine just how rare such experts were. In other words, these experts were the top players in an NPC city. Currently, in most of the cities in Star Moon Kingdom, the highest floor any player had reached was the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Only the major NPC cities with a player population of over 1 million would have 7th floor experts. Yet, Zero Wing actually had 3 people who had managed to reach the Trial Tower's 8th floor. The players of Star Moon Kingdom struggled to accept this fact. It was impossible for ordinary players to encounter true experts. Hence, they usually used the Trial Tower as a method of judging experts because the Divine Colosseum's tower did not test a player's attributes or equipment, rather, it tested a player's true power. The difference between players was made clear. Each of the Trial Tower's floors was more difficult than the last. Veteran players could only reach the 3rd floor after fighting through hell and high water. Hence, elite players who reached the 4th floor were treated like experts. However, what about those who managed to reach the 8th floor? No one could even imagine how much power these players had. The Assassin Fire Dance, the Cleric Violet Cloud, and the Cursemancer Aqua Rose. Beneath them were quite a few 7th floor experts such as the Berserker Rampant Blade, the Berserker Shadow Sword, the Guardian Knight Kola, the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian, the Ranger Minor Wind, the Assassin Flying Shadow, the Elementalist Su Qianlu, and the Cursemancer Blackie. Zero Wing also had many 6th floor experts. Only after a detailed investigation did anyone discover that Zero Wing housed so many top-tier experts. Zero Wing is simply spectacular. There are actually so many experts in a single guild. For a time, the many players in Star Moon Kingdom began thinking that, if they wanted to become an expert, they would only have a chance at fulfilling that dream by joining Zero Wing. After all, wasn't Zero Wing's guild leader Star Moon Kingdom's top expert? Aside from Aqua Rose, who used to be in Twilight Echo, nobody had ever heard of Zero Wing's experts before the guild established. After some research, they discovered that these players had undergone a heaven-defying change after they had joined Zero Wing. This discovery made many players who had withdrawn from Zero Wing to join other guilds regret their actions dearly. They had begun from the same starting point, yet because of their unfortunate decision, their past companions had become the experts that they revered. Inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. After Thunder's wrath dissipated and the Star Alliance's upper echelons were dead, chaos descended on the Alliance's elite army. The guild's elite players scattered, fleeing in all directions and discarding their attempt to charge towards Zero Wing's blockade. Moreover, Ouroboros's army had finally caught up and had begun to trap the Alliance's elite army. As Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power and had drunk the Dragon Slayer potion, he could not idle and let the effects go to waste. He charged into the Star Alliance's elite army and began slaughtering players like a ferocious beast. On the other hand, none of the Alliance's elite members showed any will to defend themselves. They only wanted to escape the Stoneclaw Mountains. As Shifeng massacred the Alliance's elite members, the system notification he had long awaited for finally arrived. System, congratulations. You have collected 10,000 immortal souls. Rewarding basic tyrant title. Chapter 753, Title, Sword King. I've finally finished this quest. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system notification before him. Although it was not difficult to kill 10,000 players in the timeframe Charlene had set, it would be very time-consuming if he had gone out of his way to do so. Where would Shifeng, who already had his hands full with his own tasks, find the time to hunt random players? Now that he had completed the epic quest, Immortal Crown, the weight bearing down on Shifeng's heart lifted significantly. After all, he still had an extremely deadly legendary quest waiting for him. Lord of Balrog's Fall. If he did not gain the promotion to Tier 2 quickly, only death awaited him. Failing an epic quest would partially cripple a player. However, there was still a chance to recover from the blow. A legendary quest, on the other hand, was different. If failed, the penalty would render the player's account useless. In the past, even though many players had encountered the opportunity to undertake a legendary quest, they had hesitated for a very long time before making a decision. There were multiple known instances where players, who had not been strong enough, had accepted a legendary quest. In the end, they had to delete their accounts and start all over again. Hence, in the past, many players had chosen to pass on the opportunity to challenge a legendary quest, either challenging it later or selling the quest's information to stronger, bolder players. A legendary quest's rewards were incredibly bountiful. Normally, they would reward either a fragmented legendary or legendary item. These were invaluable to a player, and they could push a player's combat power to the next level. Hence, one could gain quite a profit by selling information about such quests. In the past, many players who had known that they were too weak would sell these legendary quests to large guilds, earning coins or items to strengthen themselves instead. Others had scolded these players for being foolish. After all, just how much of a boost would a legendary item offer a player? Even so, many people had still envied such players. After all, it was extraordinarily difficult to complete a legendary quest as an individual. Obtaining one or two pieces of epic equipment without bearing any of the risks that came with a legendary quest definitely made it a worthwhile trade. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. A small advantage was more beneficial than a massive risk. Improving one's strength was the priority. However, a legendary quest was not as easy as an epic quest. Epic quests were similar to epic items in God's domain, while legendary quests were similar to legendary items. Although epic items were very high-end, they would gradually become commonplace among the general populace. A legendary item, on the other hand, would remain a rarity. Not many players would ever encounter one without heaven-defying luck. Moreover, the players' decisions to sell the legendary quests had been proven a wise one because, among the large guilds that had purchased these quests, 90% of them had failed to complete their legendary quests even after suffering tremendous losses. Many of those guilds' experts had been forced to start all over again. Shifeng knew of a few legendary quests he could pick up. However, he wasn't quite strong enough right now, so he would not try to take these quests on just yet. Yet, Shifeng never imagined that the legendary quest that he tried so hard to avoid would come looking for him instead. Basic Tyrant Title? Shifeng was reminded of the Tyrant Bear Kola when he saw this new title. In the past, Kola had ranked at the top among the MTs in Star Moon Kingdom. However, this achievement had not been due to his excellent combat techniques, rather, it had been his title. That title was Tyrant. However, Tyrant Bear Kola had never revealed his title's origin in the past. Now, Shifeng finally understood how he obtained it. Basic Tyrant Title. When title is in use, Fortitude plus 30, maximum stamina increased by 20%, and all attributes increased by 5%. Requires 100,000 immortal souls to upgrade by one level. What a powerful title. Shifeng was stunned. This was only the basic rank Tyrant title, yet, not only did it already increase a player's fortitude by 30 points, but it also increased their maximum stamina by 20%. Just how powerful were the intermediate and advanced Tyrant titles? Both fortitude and stamina were hidden attributes. In the past, many people had paid massive prices to add just 1 point to their hidden attributes. Yet, one could obtain both stamina and fortitude from just a single title. Not to mention, the Tyrant title also increased a player's basic attributes. In God's domain, although basic attributes were important, hidden attributes were far more powerful. It was especially true for expert players. Fortitude could reduce the consumption of a player's stamina and concentration, whereas stamina could extend the time a player could spend in battle. Fights between experts of similar strength almost never ended in a short amount of time. Eventually, it would become a competition of stamina and concentration. Whoever could outlast the other would be the winner of the fight. Shifeng had only managed to obtain 10 fortitude points after taking the risk to open the disaster treasure chest. Even so, this meager amount had thrilled Shifeng. Now, if he used the basic Tyrant title, he could obtain 30 fortitude points and increase his maximum stamina by 20%. If he encountered an opponent of roughly equal or greater strength in battle, he could definitely fight a battle of attrition and slowly wear down his opponent. This was why, despite Kola being the MT of only a second-rate guild, he had been able to push his way through the many obstacles in his path and become one of Star Moon Kingdom's top MTs. In fact, as one progressed in the game, fortitude and stamina were also extremely important when raiding a large-scale team dungeon because the bosses inside these dungeons demanded much of one's stamina. More often than not, raids would fail not because the bosses inside large-scale team dungeons were overwhelmingly powerful, but because the players raiding these bosses would collapse from exhausting their stamina. Guild Leader, we've cleared out most of the elites from the Star Alliance and the various large guilds. Those still alive have already escaped the Stoneclaw Mountains. Should we hunt them down? Aqua Rose reported excitedly. This war had truly been a pleasurable one. They had even beaten a massive threat like the Star Alliance to a pulp. Even if the Star Alliance tried to rope the other large guilds to join hands and capture Stone Forest Town in the future, no one would work with them. No need for that. Everyone's tired from the war. Let's tidy up the battlefield and tally our gains and losses, Shifeng said, shaking his head. When players left the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could use a return scroll to teleport to their respective cities. It would be impossible to pursue these players even if they wanted to. Moreover, they had already achieved their main goal in this war. In the future, any guild would have to consider their decisions carefully before trying to lay a hand on Zero Wing. Shifeng left the post-war report to Aqua Rose and the others to manage. After all, he had something more important to deal with right now. He needed to look for Charlene and turn in his quest. Shifeng was already dying to receive the reward for the immortal crown. As Shifeng took off to turn in his quest, a huge incident rocked Starmoon Kingdom. The secret pavilion had updated its God's Domain experts list. This time, the update had rendered many experts throughout God's Domain speechless, none of them daring to believe the truth of what they saw. The God's Domain experts list was a very credible ranking list in God's Domain. Experts who ranked on it were all considered extraordinary players. Particularly, the top 500 rankings very rarely saw any fluctuations. It was very difficult to climb the ranks once a player entered the top 500. Meanwhile, since the first publication of the God's Domain experts list, the top 100 had never changed. This time, however, someone had finally broken that record. Moreover, not only had someone climbed the ranks, but their title had also changed. God's Domain experts list rank 51, Black Flame. Class, Swordsman. Title, Sword King. Chapter 754, Famous throughout God's Domain. Every one of the experts within the God's Domain experts list's top 100 had been a famous expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. These experts had become overlords in not just one, but several virtual reality games. Each was a master-level character with countless, brilliant battle records. Upstart experts could never hope to compare with these masters. It was already extremely difficult for upstart experts to join the top 1,000. For an upstart expert, joining the top 100 was practically a miracle. Yet, not only had Black Flame achieved a miracle, but he had also jumped to the 51st rank. Excitement over the new development swept through Starmoon Kingdom. The majority of those top 100 experts resided in God's Domain's various empires. Empire players had always been dismissive of kingdom players. Subconsciously, no one truly believed that kingdom players were a match for those from the empires. Yet, Black Flame, who came from Starmoon Kingdom, had managed to rank 51st on the experts list. Starmoon Kingdom's players were bursting with pride. The secret pavilion is certainly trying hard to flatter this upstart expert, raising his rank to 51 just after a single guild war. Is he someone from the secret pavilion's son? That's right. Didn't he just lead an upstart guild to victory against a first-rate guild? That has happened many times before in other games, yet I've never seen the pavilion change the ranking list so drastically. The top 100 experts have experienced victory in dozens of great wars. The secret pavilion is just favoring Starmoon Kingdom's players. There is definitely something fishy about this. Black Flame's title just as absurd. He's actually calling himself a Sword King. Does he really think he is the king among sword users? Every other swordsman player in the top 100 could easily beat him to a pulp. As the God's Domain experts list updated, many players from other kingdoms and empires voiced their complaints about the latest change. They all felt that the secret pavilion over-exaggerated Black Flame's achievements. Many of these players were also miffed that an upstart player had surpassed the godlike experts they had looked up to so easily and were skeptical about the secret pavilion's judgment. However, the secret pavilion couldn't be bothered to explain itself. They didn't need to waste their time mincing words with fools. Shifeng's battle video was evidence enough. If these players still could not understand, then there was a problem with their intelligence. Trying to explain further was pointless. If Shifeng had not displayed the combat standards of a Void Realm expert, the secret pavilion would not have granted him the 51st rank. When the other top-tier experts saw this development, they realized that Black Flame was someone who demanded their attention. It was especially true for the top 100 experts. There were 3 thresholds for all ranking lists the secret pavilion published. Only the pavilion itself and very few experts knew exactly what these thresholds were. The first threshold was the top 400. If an expert had yet to set foot into the realms of refinement, then regardless of how brilliant they performed in a game, they would never reach the top 400. If an expert were ranked among the top 400, then it proved that this expert had already set foot into the realms of refinement. This was why Shifeng had only ranked 481st, based on the secret pavilion's previous investigation. Shifeng had not yet entered the realms of refinement. He had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Otherwise, Shifeng would have had a higher ranking. The second threshold was the top 200. Experts outside of the flowing water realm should not even dream of entering the top 200. Even with the most brilliant of performance, the best rank they could achieve was 201. The third threshold was the top 100. Only those in the void realm could earn one of the top 100 ranks. As Shifeng had shown that he had reached the void realm and had defeated the well-known Sky, his rank instantly jumped to 51. Otherwise, the best rank Shifeng could achieve was around the 80s or 90s. An expert's position on the God's Domain ranking list was not determined by just their strength. Instead, experts ranked based on their performance and battle records in a game. If experts ranked according to strength, then many of the experts on the ranking list would qualify for any positions. If an upstart expert managed to reach the 401st rank on the God's Domain experts list, God's Domain's top powers would, at most, spare that player a glance, making a note of their existence. They would not consider that person important in the least. Now that Shifeng had joined the top 100, however, this sudden development forced the major powers to acknowledge him. 51st. Black Flame is truly interesting. Phoenix Rain's beautiful eyebrows lifted slightly as she read the God's Domain experts list. He certainly knows how to hide his strength. I had actually failed to notice his true combat standard. It seems that he had not defeated Martial Dragon by luck alone. Previously, Shifeng had merely been a minor character in Phoenix Rain's eyes. He had just luckily obtained some top-tier equipment. At most, he would only reign supreme for a short time. However, it was a different story if Shifeng had reached the Void Realm. Even Phoenix Rain would have no choice but to treat Shifeng as an equal. With the experts list's latest update, God's Domain's top-tier players understood one thing: another Apex expert had appeared in the virtual gaming world. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Shifeng returned to the city, he discovered that a constant stream of players arrived through White River City's teleportation hall. Moreover, these players' average level was quite high, with the lowest among them being around level 30. Although they were not at the standard of a guild elite player, they were considerably high-leveled among ordinary players. Meanwhile, as these players arrived, they immediately asked around for directions to Zero Wings Guild residence. "Little brother, do you know where Zero Wings Guild residence is?" A thin man approached Shifeng, asking politely. This man looked to be in his 40s and wore a blue mage's robe. Behind this middle-aged man were 5 other people. All 5 were level 30, and their equipment was level 25 mysterious iron rank at the very minimum. In a guild, these players could definitely join the elite members. Unfortunately, their levels were slightly off the mark. However, independent players did not have the same advantages as guild player. Independent players did not have access to the various benefits that a guild offered. They had no choice but to invest some of their time in other aspects. Hence, their leveling speed was slower than guild players. Shifeng currently hid under his black cloak and had reverted to his original appearance. Both his level and equipment were also hidden. Hence, no one recognized him. When Shifeng glanced at this group of players, his eyes instantly lit up with an excited light. The person speaking to him was actually Silent Years, who had been a top-tier expert in his previous life. This man had once ranked within the top 50 among the oracles of Star Moon Kingdom. He had even reached the top 10 during his peak. "Big brother Silent, this person is wearing Zero Wings emblem. He's from Zero Wing," the female elementalist beside Silent Years said awkwardly as she jabbed her finger at the oracle. Suddenly, silent ears jerked, realizing this. As he had walked up to Shifeng from behind, he had not noticed the guild emblem on the swordsman's chest. To think that he had actually asked a member of Zero Wing whether or not they knew where the guild residence was. Zero Wing's residence is on the city's central street, Shifeng said casually, not minding the oracle's awkward question. You guys can just take a carriage there. After saying so, Shifeng turned and left the teleportation hall, riding a horse carriage towards the library. Sure enough, Zero Wing is really amazing. It's no wonder how it became an expert's playground. I felt so much pressure from a casual member. It seems that we have not wasted a trip. We must join Zero Wing, Silent Years stated as he watched Shifeng's departing figure, reverence on his face. His evaluation of Zero Wing increased substantially. Shifeng had not realized that his casual response had increased Silent Year's reverence of Zero Wing. Chapter 755, City Promoted. Horse carriages rattled up and down White River City streets. As Shifeng rode comfortably in one such carriage, he could feel the tremendous changes that had swept through the city. More horse carriages moved along the streets than before. Moreover, there were more varieties of carriages now. God's domain evolved over time. Similarly, NPC cities also changed as time passed. Nothing would stay the same forever. Ordinary players might not think much of the number or variety of horse carriages, but to Shifeng, who had played God's domain for over a decade, these changes symbolized the city's prosperity. How could one determine how prosperous a city was? The most basic criterion was the city's horse carriages. It was similar to the cars in a city in reality. In small cities, not only were there fewer cars, but high-class cars were also very rare. In big cities, however, traffic jams were common. One would also see high-class luxury cars all over the city. God's domain cities were similar in this aspect. When an NPC city's player population increased, to satisfy the player's needs, the main god system automatically increased the number of horse carriages within the city, allowing more convenient travel. Meanwhile, as players consumed more in a city, the system would also release advanced horse carriages. These advanced horse carriages charged more but were much faster. This would allow players to save time when traveling. After all, an NPC city was very large. It was very normal to spend several hours walking from one place to another. Currently, advanced horse carriages had only appeared in 5 cities in Star Moon Kingdom. The city with the most carriages was none other than White River City. One could say that White River City had become Star Moon Kingdom's most prosperous city. Unlocking the advanced horse carriage feature was only one of a thriving city's basic settings. As time passed, various new facilities would open, such as flying tools and the flying transportation feature, which could allow players to reach destinations where teleportation arrays could not. As a result, these features would subtly improve a player's leveling speed. This was also one of the main reasons that Empire players were much higher leveled than Kingdom players. Now that White River City has unlocked the advanced horse carriages, with the number of carriages present, the city should not be that far from unlocking the luxury horse carriages. When the city unlocks the luxury horse carriages, players will be able to take the flying ship to the Eclipse Gate to level up. It seems I'll need to prepare for that. Shifeng could not help but recall the Eclipse Gate, which had been the most famous leveling area that White River City had to offer in his previous life. In the past, by the time White River City had activated the flying ship feature, the average player in God's domain had closed in on level 50. Many had even been promoted to their Tier 2 classes. From that moment onwards, players' levels in White River City had exploded. This was because White River City's flying ships could access the Eclipse Gate. Of course, White River City wasn't the only city whose flying ships passed through the Eclipse Gate. Every city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region had flying ships that could reach the Eclipse Gate. 4 countries would gather at the Eclipse Gate: the Star Moon Kingdom, the Rhine Kingdom, the Icefield Kingdom, and the East Spring Empire. It was considered a neutral zone, and the various countries had garrisoned their armies there to prevent the creatures within the Eclipse Gate from invading God's domain. Hence, there were plenty of high-level and army quests there. A player's leveling speed at the Eclipse Gate would be roughly double than in other leveling maps of the same level. Moreover, the Eclipse Gate was a colossal level 40 to level 70 map. One could also find plenty of rare herbs and ores in the area, which were all necessary resources to produce high-level potions and equipment. More importantly, the Eclipse Gate was a source for energy essence, a resource required to tame mounts. Taming a guild mount required resources. The higher the quality and quantity of resources one had, the quicker one could tame a mount. At the same time, one could use these resources to hasten a guild mount's growth. Energy essence was one of the advanced materials required to tame a mount. Precisely because of this, players coveted the Eclipse Gate. After reaching level 40, everybody dreamed of having a good mount. However, they were not that easy to obtain. One had to nurture their guild mounts slowly, promoting it as quickly as possible before it could become a part of one's combat power. However, although one could level up quickly and obtain plenty of resources at the Eclipse Gate, there was a downside. The Eclipse Gate's environment was relatively severe. If one did not possess a certain amount of fire and ice resistance, even expert players would lose their lives. Hence, after the Eclipse Gate opened, whether it was in Star Moon Kingdom or the 3 surrounding countries, the demand for equipment with ice resistance and fire resistance attributes grew. Aside from ice and fire resistance equipment, tools that increased one's ice and fire resistance were also extraordinarily popular. Although there was still quite a long time before the flying ship feature would unlock, Shifeng felt that he could already begin the necessary preparations. Although ice resistance and fire resistance equipment sold for a relatively high price right now, once everyone reached the Eclipse Gate, such equipment would double in price. Tools would also sell for far more. Whether it was for improving the leveling speed of Zero Wings Guild members or making money by reselling items, now was the perfect time to stockpile these items. I recall Campbell Volcano drops plenty of fire resistance equipment and tools. It might not be a bad idea to bring Aqua and the others there to grind. Shifeng could recall quite a few maps in Star Moon Kingdom that were a great source for fire and ice resistance equipment. Among them, Campbell Volcano had the highest drop rates for fire resistance equipment. Campbell Volcano was a level 40 to level 50 map. However, due to its extreme environment, very few players were willing to venture there. However, after the Eclipse Gate had appeared, Campbell Volcano became one of the most popular locations in Star Moon Kingdom. No one had visited that map yet. This was a good chance for him to lead the main force members there to develop the map since none of the bosses had died yet. Bosses killed for the first time would have doubled their usual drop rates. Moreover, with the strength of Zero Wings' main force, they shouldn't have any issues dealing with a level 50 boss. As for the magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could rely on the guild's elite members to continue that harvest. Before Shifeng realized it, the advanced horse carriage he rode in had already arrived at the library. The library's entrance was the same as usual, with a group of players bunching around the doors, hoping to gain the favor of an NPC noble and gain entry into the library. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shifeng strode into the library unhampered. When the NPC guards stationed at the entrance saw Shifeng, they treated him with respect, shocking many of the loitering players. After entering the library, as always, Shifeng headed towards the Star Moon Hall on the building's top floor. When the 2 level 300 Tier 3 Red Paladins, who guarded Star Moon Hall's doors, saw Shifeng approach, they stopped him. Since when did Tier 3 NPCs guard this place? Shifeng was surprised. Tier 4 NPCs were already overlords in White River City. Some small cities only had Tier 3 NPCs to safeguard them. Yet, now, 2 such NPCs guarded the Star Moon Hall. This was surprising. Normally, only the palace in Star Moon City warranted such treatment. Without permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter, the level 200 Red Paladins said as they blocked Shifeng's path with their spears. Suddenly, however, a clear, crisp voice floated out from the hall. "Let him in." When the two level 200 red paladins heard this, they immediately retrieved their spears and opened the doors, allowing Shifeng entry. Chapter 756, Fief. Compared to Shifeng's previous visit, a new, large collection of ancient books filled the Star Moon Hall. Some of these books even radiated mana that could rival Tier 4 magic scrolls. Tier 4 magic scrolls were almost as rare as legendary items in God's domain. Tier 4 magic scrolls had survived since the ancient era. Shifeng had yet to hear of anyone who could produce Tier 4 magic scrolls. If a book could exude so much mana that it rivaled a Tier 4 magic scroll, one could easily tell that these books were extraordinary. Meanwhile, Charlene, who sat high above the hall, had also changed significantly. Although her level, statistics, and clothing had not undergone any transformations, the pressure she gave off had changed tremendously. She did not have the usual, oppressive aura of a powerhouse. Instead, she felt like the all-encompassing sky. Her presence could be felt from anywhere within the room. Before Shifeng had approached Charlene, he felt his mind clear far more than ever before. He also noticed that the endless streams of mana in the room were actually moving towards Charlene. It was as if Charlene were God's domain's heart. How could this be possible? Shifeng was shocked when he arrived before Charlene. Shifeng had discovered something that shook him to the core. After reaching the Void Realm, he felt his environment as clearly as the palm of his hand. He could sense everything within a fixed radius of himself to an astonishingly accurate degree. Previously, as Charlene had still been outside his range, he had not thought much about not noticing Charlene's energy. Yet, despite standing so close to the woman, he couldn't feel her at all. Before, the two Tier 3 paladins had clearly been able to feel her presence. Shifeng doubted that his sense had failed him. Has something happened that has led you to find me so urgently? Charlene, who had been reading a book, asked with great interest as her beautiful eyes turned toward Shifeng. Lady Charlene, I've collected the immortal souls you requested. Shifeng displayed the spirit seal imprinted on the back of his right hand. Immortal souls filled the seal to the brim. Oh. Good job. With this many immortal souls, I'll be able to repair the immortal crown quickly. Charlene nodded and tapped her finger in the air. Suddenly, golden divine runes began circling Shifeng's right hand. Countless golden threads flowed out of the spirit seal, gathering into a ball before flying into Charlene's hand. Since you have completed your quest, I will fulfill my promise as well. Here, this is for you. Charlene waved her hand. In the next moment, a leaf of lambskin parchment appeared in her hand. The parchment then flew towards Shifeng. The lambskin parchment looked quite ordinary. However, the words on the parchment could tempt any guild in God's domain. Star Moon Kingdom's City Building Order. As long as it was within Star Moon Kingdom's jurisdiction, one could construct their own city with this city building order. To a guild, even a legendary item was not worth as much as this single piece of parchment. Cities were different from towns. In God's domain, cities could be built, whereas towns could not. Meanwhile, captured towns' locations were fixed, but built cities could be chosen casually. One could even build a city in the middle of monsters' territory. A town's maximum population usually ranged between 30,000 to 50,000. On the other hand, even the smallest city could hold 200,000 players. This was why, after obtaining their own towns, guilds would focus all of their efforts on developing the town in the hopes of promoting it into a city as soon as possible. Moreover, as a city demanded a sufficiently large plot of land, one could construct a mana tower in the city. With the mana tower, any player residing in the city would enjoy increased stamina and concentration recovery rates. They could even accumulate the double EXP buff. Although the accumulation rate was not as generous as a guild residence's, one could still accumulate 10%'s worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours of rest. Once players reached higher levels, the needed EXP to level up increased tremendously. Currently, level 30 ordinary players required roughly 3 or 4 days to reach the next level. Hence, even a 10% double EXP buff would significantly reduce the time players needed to grind. Aside from improving one's stamina and concentration recovery rates, hotels would also offer the guild residence effect, allowing players to accumulate 20% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours of rest. Meanwhile, the guild that controlled the city would also see some benefits. When guild members rested in the guild residence, they would accumulate 30% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours. In addition to receiving this double EXP perk, a player-established city would also receive a specialty product. Aside from being able to construct a mana tower, one could also construct a black market auction house in the city. This auction house would function like the auction house in Blackwing City. It would offer a large stock of products once every 3 days. Sometimes, even epic items were available for bidding. Because of these benefits, many guilds in God's domain desperately wanted to establish their own cities, regardless of the price. A player-owned town could only make travel more convenient for players. A city, on the other hand, made it easier for players to level up. The size of a guild residence and the number of members it could house were limited. Not every guild member could enjoy the double EXP buff. However, it was a different story if a guild owned a city. With a city, every guild member could enjoy the double EXP buff. A city was also a great source of income for a guild. As a player's city had various benefits that an NPC city did not, many players wanted access to a player's city. Unless a guild offered private housing within the city, all players were required to pay an entry fee. The entry fee was an important source of income for a player's city. In comparison, a guild would only earn pennies from the opening a shop. A shop could never compete with a city regarding profits. When Shirfong gazed down at the city-building order in his hands, he nearly drooled. Despite having been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in his previous life, the guild having owned 10 city-states, he struggled to maintain his calm now that he knew he would have his own. His very own city. In the past, something like this could only happen in his dreams. Yet, now, he held this dream in his hands. While every other guild competed over the golden lands in NPC cities, nobody had any clue that Shirfong would no longer compete on the same stage. Because from now on, Shirfong would begin the competition for the kingdom's territories. Calm. I need to stay calm. This is only the beginning. Shirfong continuously advised himself. In God's domain, like NPC cities' golden lands and ordinary lands, there were poor territories and territories with excellent resources in every kingdom and empire. The sooner one constructed their own city, the sooner they could occupy these resource-rich territories. What counted as a resource-rich territory? First, it was in an easily accessible location. As players reached higher levels, they would have to venture further from NPC cities. If a city were close to these high-level maps, it would save players a lot of travel time. It was a similar concept to capturing certain towns. However, most towns were still quite far away from the truly excellent leveling areas. Meanwhile, a city that was close to multiple high-level maps would attract large amounts of players. Second, it was an area that was near consumable resources. This would provide convenience for players who needed to farm materials. After all, rare herbs and ores were necessary for players, regardless of level. Third, the territory needed to be close to high-level regional dungeons. Most regional dungeons were particularly far from NPC towns and cities. Furthermore, regional dungeons had their own specialty products such as the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals. Even after reaching level 200, magic crystals were still must-have items. Where should I construct the city? Shirfong grew troubled as he stared at the city-building order. Chapter 757, Witch's Hill. Starmoon City, the Starmoon restaurant's top floor. Few players were usually willing to dine here. However, more than a dozen players currently occupied the large, luxurious hall. If gentle snow were there, she would have been shocked as every one of these players was an elder from the Star Alliance. Even Galaxy Past had to behave respectfully before these people. Currently, however, every elder had lowered their head as they watched the level 10 woman seated on a bench, fear and respect radiating off of them. What did you just say? Galaxy Past has not been able to log into the game? Exemplary Willow asked quietly, frowning. What the hell is going on? The Star Alliance's elder felt helpless against Exemplary Willow's questioning. After the guild war ended, the guild's upper echelons should have begun working to stabilize the guild. Yet, for some reason, the majority of the guild's upper echelons, who had participated in the war, could not log into God's domain. Based on the main God system's notification, these people were locked out of the game for around 2 or 3 days. Some were even barred from entering the game for up to 4 days. 4 days' time. That was enough time for the mainstream players in Star Moon Kingdom to grind at least one level. Although they, the guild's elders, had tried to stabilize the falling morale that shook the guild, with the disappearance of the majority of the guild's upper echelons, many members began to doubt the guild. Many had begun to wonder if the Alliance's experts had defected to some other guild. If the guild's experts had left, what was the point in remaining in the guild? Only a few hours after the guild war ended, over 10,000 members had withdrawn. If this persisted, no one knew if the Star Alliance would survive. However, this was not the most tragic issue. The Star Alliance's defeat had infuriated Exemplary Willow. A high and mighty first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had actually lost to an upstart guild on their home ground no less. This caused Exemplary Willow to doubt the Star Alliance's strength. If Exemplary Willow suddenly decided to withdraw her funding, it would deal a fatal blow to the Star Alliance. If none of you knows why they can't log into the game, your guild may be truly finished, Exemplary Willow stated coldly as she sneered at the Alliance's elders before her. Sternly, she said, since your guild is nothing more than a failure, then you can forget about any follow-up investments. I have no intentions of spending money on a wastrel of a guild. Get lost. When the elders heard these words, their complexions paled to a sickly white, every one of them begging Exemplary Willow for mercy. Unfortunately, Exemplary Willow chased them all out of the room. Exemplary Willow refused to tolerate defeat. She had initially invested in the Star Alliance to deal with Zero Wing, teaching Shifeng the consequences of angering open source corporation. She would then plunder the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals for herself. Yet, in the end, not only had she failed to teach Shifeng anything, but his fame had also grown. The Flower of Seven Sins is also garbage. They had been so confident of themselves. In the end, didn't they lose as well? Fortunately, I only promised them 1/3 of the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals and did not have to pay much, Exemplary Willow muttered as she glanced through Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Her mood soured as she saw the many discussion threads relating to Black Flame. In the end, it seems that I'll have to use my own power to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Star Alliance's upper echelons enclosed themselves in a secret meeting. Although they could not contact each other in God's domain, the Star Alliance was a major company in the real world. The company often held video conferences between its upper echelons. Even without God's domain, this latest loss would not affect the company. Only, it was a lot more difficult to direct the guild members in God's domain. Guild leader, we suffered tremendous losses. Based on the initial statistics, we lost over 50,000 items. We'll need quite some time before we recover. However, the most tragic loss is ours. None of us can log into God's domain for some time. It will be a challenge to catch up to Ouroboros, Red Feather reported sourly. He had never imagined that they would actually lose this war so tragically. Not only had the guild's experts been wiped out, but the guild's elite army had also almost been obliterated. Less than 10% of the elite army had managed to escape with their lives. The loss of EXP, equipment, and post-war compensation were huge problems that they needed to deal with. Most likely, by the time they saw to those issues, the Star Alliance will have been drained of resources. Purple, what's the situation with the guild elders? Galaxy Past similarly gnashed his teeth upon hearing Red Feather's report. The Star Alliance had never suffered such a tragic loss. However, they first needed to deal with their current predicament. Based on the latest report, it seems that Exemplary Willow chased the elders away. They are all in a foul mood. Exemplary Willow has probably withdrawn her funding, Purple Eye said, shaking her head. As expected of a businesswoman, she gave up on the guild as soon as she deemed it useless. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh, reacting as if he cared nothing for this result. Guild leader, what should we do now? Seeing Galaxy Past laugh even in this situation, Red Feather's frustration grew. Without Exemplary Willow's funding, the guild would have to spend significantly more time to recover. They might never truly recover from this blow, and the guild might fall from its status as a first-rate guild. What's done is done. These elders normally have little regard for me. They were also the ones who supported the decision to cooperate with Open Source Corporation. Now that OSC has withdrawn its funding, it is about time for these elders to leave the Star Alliance, Galaxy Past sneered. When Exemplary Willow had first approached them, he had strongly opposed the idea of cooperating with Open Source Corporation. He had not believed that Black Flame was as much as a fool as the OSC thought. However, with the guild elders supporting the decision so strongly, his opposition had been futile. Now that the alliance had lost the guild war, all of the blame could be pushed onto these elders. He could also utilize the board of directors to expel them from the Star Alliance. This way, he would become the guild's true ruler, not just in name. In the future, he would have a much easier time taking action. Meanwhile, in God's Domain's White River City. After Shifeng bade Charlene farewell, he took a horse carriage to White River City's City Hall. Shifeng was all too familiar with Starmoon Kingdom. He knew of multiple locations which fulfilled 2 or even all 3 conditions for a resource-rich territory. However, players could not reach these locations yet. If he constructed a city in a very high-level location, the city would not be nearly as attractive to players. Although building a city in a level 100 map might be attractive towards players in the future, to current players, this city would be useless. Without a large player population, the city's development would be slow. The city's construction was not a small issue either. The demand of manpower and resources could not compare to a town's. It would be a severe waste if he invested a large amount of resources in something that would not yield any immediate profits. Moreover, Shifeng's goal of constructing a city was to earn money. He could not waste large sums of money on a useless city. It seems that the Witch's Hill is my only choice. After considering his options, Shifeng decided that the Witch's Hill was the most profitable location right now. While Shifeng's mind wandered, the advanced horse carriage arrived before the city hall. Chapter 758, Building a City. The instant Shifeng stepped out of the advanced carriage, he attracted a lot of attention like someone driving a luxury car in the city. Wow! That guy's rich. He seems to be someone from Zero Wing. It's no wonder he's so rich. I know, right? Zero Wing receives so many advanced quests every day. Even the guild's normal members have the chance to snag one for themselves. On the other hand, our guild only receives a few advanced quests each day, and the guild's upper echelons have priority on them, leaving very few for anyone else. Even elite members have a hard time obtaining one. Although I'm an elite member, I have only accepted 2 advanced guild quests so far. Those were good times. I earned over a dozen silvers a day during those days. Indeed. One of my friend's friend is an elite member in Zero Wing, and he says that Zero Wing's elite members can accept an advanced guild quest once every 2 or 3 days, while normal members can pick one up once every 5 or 6 days. Envy filled these players' voices as they spoke about Zero Wing. It cost 1 silver to ride an ordinary carriage and 3 silver to ride an advanced carriage. To them, even riding an ordinary carriage was a luxury. They would rather run to their destination than spend so much. Shifeng could not help but shake his head at this sight. He had never imagined that he would be envied for riding a carriage. While the majority of the players in God's domain still strive to earn a single silver coin, even a gold coin was of little use to Shifeng anymore. He was more concerned about time than he was about spending a few silvers. At this point, the towering city hall bustled with noise. Regarding both reputation and coins, the various large guilds had accumulated a certain stock after playing God's domain for so long. Naturally, more people would be attempting to purchase the city's lands. However, most purchased ordinary lands as the Golden Lands and lands in the Central District were not easily affordable. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" A beautiful female employee approached Shifeng and asked. "I wish to construct a city," Shifeng said. "Please, follow me." The NPC receptionist smiled as she led Shifeng to a VIP reception room. Whether it was establishing a town or a city, players needed to begin the relevant procedures in an NPC city. "May I know if you have a city building order?" the NPC receptionist asked politely. Shifeng retrieved the Star Moon Kingdom's city building order Charlene had given him. The lambskin parchment was worth over 1,000,000 gold. "Very good, sir. May I know where do you wish to establish your city so that I can quote you a price?" the NPC receptionist said as she took out a magic scroll, unfurling it on the table. This magic scroll displayed a map of Star Moon Kingdom. Compared to the system map players had, this map was far more detailed. "The Witch's Hill," Shifeng said as he tapped a spot in the southwestern corner. Immediately, the scroll displayed the Witch's Hill map. The Witch's Hill was a level 50 to level 70 map. Rumors had it that a great witch lived there, hence, the hill had been called the Witch's Hill. The hill's name had remained unchanged even after hundreds of years and the Star Moon Kingdom's ownership. The Witch's Hill could be considered an ordinary leveling map. It was not particularly rich in resources. Yet, various guilds in Shifeng's previous life had frantically sought after the Witch's Hill. They had done so for two reasons. The first was the location's accessibility. The Witch's Hill bumped up against two resource-rich maps, Shadow Forest, a level 80 to 100 map, and Ruins of Agon, a level 60 to 75 map. Of these two locations, one produced rare herbs, while the other housed a Hell Mode regional dungeon. The Witch's Hill's secret was the second reason. This secret of the Witch's Hill had only been discovered after the mainstream players had reached level 100. At that time, the various guilds had suddenly rushed to construct their cities in this map. Dozens of guilds had fought over the Witch's Hill. Naturally, that included Shadow, the guild Shifeng had led. In the end, the powerful Star Alliance and Ouroboros had captured the Witch's Hill. The other guilds had stood no chance against them. Rumors had it that the Witch's Hill was home to a great witch, and they had been around for hundreds of years. In fact, this rumor was absolutely true, as even now, that witch still lived in the Witch's Hill. That witch was also one of God's domain's legendary characters, the Jealous Witch. In the past, Shifeng's sight had been limited. He had thought that the Jealous Witch was only a Tier 5 powerhouse. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was sure that the Jealous Witch was not a Tier 5 powerhouse, but a demigod. Otherwise, how could she have lived for so long? The Jealous Witch, none other than the guardian of the Otherworld Gate. The Otherworld Gate led to another continent outside of God's domain. The Otherworld was similar to the top of the world that Shifeng recently visited. There, not only could players level up much faster, but they could also obtain equipment far more easily. There was only one condition to cross the Otherworld Gate: players must have reached Tier 2. In God's domain, it was very difficult for players to find equipment of good quality above level 50. However, it was much easier to grind for such equipment in the Otherworld. Hence, back when the Otherworld Gate had been discovered, the various large guilds had fought frantically to occupy the Witch's Hill. After all, in order to obtain good equipment, countless players would grind and level up in the Otherworld. Hence, Witch's Hill bustled with player activity. Even after a decade had passed, a storm of players still gathered in the Witch's Hill. Currently, however, no one had discovered this secret yet. Hence, Shi Feng had to strike while the iron was hot. Furthermore, Zero Wing's members were nearing level 50. The Witch's Hill's proximity to a Hell Mode regional dungeon was also a good enough reason to establish a city there. Hello, sir. We have calculated the quote for the region you've selected. At this time, a beautiful female NPC walked over and handed Shi Feng a list. Based on our preliminary assessment, the city's construction will cost 90,000 gold. If the city comes under attack, we will charge you an additional fee based on the number and rank of monsters killed. In addition, there is also a 30,000 gold registration fee. Based on the city's current level, you will also have to pay a 30,000 gold management fee each month. May I know how many guards you wish to be stationed there? Although Shi Feng had prepared himself and had only come here to ask about the price, his heart skipped a beat when he heard the cost. The price of establishing a city was more than 10 times higher than establishing a town. Moreover, after establishing the city, he also had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. That was the equivalent of paying 1,000 gold every day. Just how many guilds in God's domain could earn 1,000 gold every day? Even if Shi Feng had not spent most of his funds on frost grenades and the mana pulse cannon, he couldn't afford even a fraction of that price. Sir, do you wish to build the city now? The NPC receptionist asked with a smile. No, I have to consider this. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at this NPC receptionist. The initial payment alone was 120,000 gold. There were also additional fees if the city were attacked during construction. Shi Feng had experience in constructing a city. Even if he dispatched the entire guild to repel the monster attacks, defending the city would cost tens of thousands of gold. All right. However, I must remind you that you only have 1 month to use this city building order. If it isn't used within a month, this city building order will be voided, the NPC receptionist said before leaving the reception room. Chapter 759, Harvest of the War. Shi Feng could not help his bitter smile as he heard the NPC receptionist's words. Sure enough, it isn't that easy to establish a city. Shi Feng had thought it strange that Charlene had so kind-heartedly given him a city-building order in exchange for only 10,000 immortal souls. This reward was much too extravagant for an epic quest. Sure enough, there is another test to this. God's domain was currently still in its early stages. Even a first-rate guild would have to spend a relatively long time just to collect several thousand gold. After all, for a guild to develop, expand, and improve itself, it would have to spend an exorbitant amount of money. Normally, having even 1,000 gold lying around was considered a luxury for a first-rate guild. Only Zero Wing, which had the Candlelight trading firm, Stone Forest Town, and a large number of guild quests, had a daily income of several thousand gold. However, after expanding the guild, they had a wider variety of expenditures. After deducting operating costs and salaries, Zero Wing raked in a clean profit of roughly 1,000 gold each day. After a month, the guild would make around 30,000 gold. The other guilds could only dream of such wealth. However, Shi Feng understood that, in reality, he was still just a poor bastard. This was only a fraction of what he needed to establish his city. The basic construction fee alone cost 120,000 gold. After including the cost of dealing with monster attacks, it was practically impossible for him to earn what he needed to construct the city. He also had to think of the necessary building construction that he would need after the city itself was complete. Shi Feng thought back to when Shadow had constructed a mana tower in its first city. The mana tower's required raw materials had cost close to 10,000 gold. The guild had also hired a bunch of NPCs to deal with the construction. Overall, the mana tower had cost Shadow 35,000 gold. The black market, on the other hand, had been somewhat cheaper. Even so, its construction still cost over 20,000 gold. If one added all the costs together, they would discover that the initial construction fee was only the first step to constructing a city. Even so, a large guild would willingly sacrifice everything it had, seeking sponsors and selling small portions of the guild's shares, to build a functioning city. Once the city was built, however, it would be a money magnet. In the past, to construct its first city, Shadow had sought out over a dozen sponsors. It was also then that Shadow split its shares between many financial groups and corporations. If Zero Wing did not wish to rely on external powers to construct a guild city, then it needed to earn a lot more money. When Shifeng thought about the need to multiply his current income by several times, he felt his head throb. When Shadow had constructed its first city, there were far more people playing God's Domain, and it had been much easier to earn money. Currently, the majority of the players in God's Domain had yet to reach level 30. Hence, the challenge of earning more than 100,000 gold was significantly more difficult than it had been. Moreover, the candlelight trading firm's daily income was nearly at its max. It would be very difficult to increase it. As for Stone Forest Town, the town's income mainly came in the form of magic crystals. Moreover, it was also impossible to increase the town's income within a short time. As for the income from guild quests, it could not even begin to compete with the income of the candlelight trading firm and Stone Forest Town. It seems I'll have to look for a new source. Shifeng began to consider the matter. Currently, the most profitable trade involved selling top-tier weapons and equipment. Consumables were the next most profitable items. Zero Wing did not even have enough top-tier weapons and equipment to equip all of its members, so how could it possibly afford to part with those items? Just as Shifeng's headache over searching for a new source of income grew, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, I have the post-war report ready for you. We struck gold this time. Aqua Rose said excitedly. After deducting the compensation and rewards for our guild members, we obtained 18,456 pieces of level 25 mysterious iron equipment, 3,187 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment, 549 pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, 84 pieces of level 25 dark gold equipment, 1,427 pieces of level 30 mysterious iron equipment, 241 pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment, 53 pieces of level 30 fine gold equipment, and 4 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment. There were always spoils after a great war. However, Shifeng had never imagined that they would enjoy such a bountiful harvest. This was all net income. With this equipment enriching the guild warehouse, they could increase Zero Wing's strength by a large margin. If they had purchased all of this equipment, they would have had to spend over 50,000 gold. With this equipment and the equipment we already had in the guild warehouse, we will have no problems expanding the guild by another 30,000 to 50,000 members. Previously, Aqua Rose had still struggled with her headache over the issue of equipment after expanding the guild. Zero Wing had already become a large guild, acknowledged by every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Its fame had even surpassed the Star Alliance and Ouroboros. As a result, more players reached out in an attempt to join the guild each day. Hence, this was the perfect time to expand. However, they would suffer if they did not have enough equipment in the guild warehouse for the new recruits. Initially, Aqua Rose had considered limiting the number of new members they recruited to 10,000. Now that they had obtained so much new equipment, however, they could recruit an additional 30,000 to 40,000 players. However, most of the equipment's durability has nearly been depleted. The repair fees will cost us a lot. I was thinking of taking out a portion of the guild funds to repair the equipment, Aqua Rose suggested. If it were only a small amount of money, Aqua Rose could make the decision herself. However, too much equipment needed repairs. Hence, she needed Shifeng's permission before she moved forward. Hearing this, Shifeng felt another headache bloom. There isn't a lot left. Sell some of the lower quality equipment and use the money to repair the rest, Shifeng said after some thought. I understand. Aqua Rose then disconnected the call. After speaking with Aqua Rose, Shifeng suddenly recalled the forging design inside his bag. The strengthening device. This item was capable of strengthening a player's equipment, reducing the consumption of durability. This was a must-have for current players. During lower levels, the majority of players in God's Domain would not think much of their equipment's wear and tear. However, as players reached higher levels, they encountered far more powerful monsters. Naturally, the burden on their equipment grew as they began to take more damage. The repair fees alone would demand the majority of a player's earnings. Selling the strengthening devices would be a great source of income. Feng could not help but smile. Previously, he had considered selling the magic devices. However, magic devices were too precious and expensive. Only the various guilds' upper echelons could afford to purchase and use them. Moreover, there weren't even enough magic devices to outfit Zero Wings members. Fortunately, it was a different story for the strengthening devices. Feng immediately left the city hall and hurried towards the candlelight trading firm. Huh? Isn't this the broken sword that Galaxy Past had dropped when he died? While Feng searched through his bag for the strengthening device forging design, he discovered an extraordinarily eye-catching, broken sword. The broken sword's aura alone was enough to make Feng's heart skip a beat, despite it sitting idle in his bag. Chapter 760, Flawed Weapon 1000 Transformations. Inside Feng's bag, aside from the Bible of Darkness, the broken sword was the next most powerful item. Even the epic weapon Petrified Thorn could not compete with the broken sword's presence. Just what kind of weapon is this? Feng carefully retrieved the broken sword from his bag and clicked to check its statistics. Dilapidated broken sword. It's impossible to tell which era this ancient weapon originated from based on its appearance. However, the broken sword's blade radiates a frightening magic power, and its edge is still sharp enough to slice through space itself. Although the blade has already been broken, its engraved, divine runes are still intact. More secrets might be revealed under a Grandmaster forger's examination. What a powerful weapon. I actually need to take it to a Grandmaster forger if I want to know anything more. Feng's interest in the broken sword grew. A master forger was already a towering figure in God's domain. There were very few throughout Star Moon Kingdom. As for a Grandmaster forger, they were treated with fear and respect, regardless of where they were from. There had been a countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 powerhouses who dreamed of hiring a Grandmaster forger to craft them a custom weapon. In God's domain, who wouldn't want a weapon that had been made specifically for them? Although master forgers could produce epic weapons, their success rate was abysmally low. Even so, many powerhouses flocked to them. After all, a tailored epic weapon would allow them to exert more of their own strength. Hence, master forgers enjoyed a lofty position in society. Meanwhile, a Grandmaster forger had a much greater chance of producing an epic item. They even had some chance of producing a legendary item. In terms of status, master forgers could not compete with them at all. I want to see just what this broken sword's true identity is. Saying so, Feng activated Omniscient Eyes to appraise the broken sword. After a full 30 seconds, Omniscient Eyes finally finished appraising the broken sword. 1000 transformations. 65th of God's domain's 108 flawed weapons. However, due to the sword's broken blade, it is now no more than scrap metal. Fortunately, the blade's divine runes remain nearly intact. The sword can be remolded and repaired using 100 mana stones. So, this is the rumored flawed weapon 1000 transformations. In the past, Feng had only heard about this short sword. Throughout God's domain, there were a total of 36 famed swords and 108 flawed weapons. Famed smiths and craftsmen forgers had crafted everyone, and they were all peerless weapons. Legendary figures had once used the 36 famed swords. The flawed weapons, on the other hand, were different. Although the legendary figures of the past had never wielded any of these weapons, they were something far beyond ordinary epic weapons. After all, the flawed weapons were the results of famed smiths and craftsmen forgers' failed attempts to forge legendary weapons. A weapon produced with the same materials as a legendary weapon was naturally not something ordinary epic weapons could compare to. Meanwhile, the 1000 transformations had been made vastly famous by a player in Feng's previous life. In the past, a Tier 6 assassin god had wielded the 1,000 transformations and had claimed countless expert lives with the blade. Among those experts, even the era's apex experts had died to the blade. This was precisely the reason that Assassin had become one of God's domain's solo players that others feared and respected. Meanwhile, that assassin's name had been Feather. Although his ID was ordinary, nobody dared to show him disrespect. In the past, a few people with too much time on their hands had compiled a list of God's domain's solo players that one should avoid provoking. Among them, the top 10 were known as the 10 great solo players. One of these 10 great solo players had been the cleric god Violet Cloud. However, Violet Cloud had merely ranked 8th on the list, whereas the assassin god Feather had ranked 3rd. Shi Feng had never imagined that he would obtain Feather's weapon. Although 100 mana stones is a steep price, owning a flawed weapon will be a worthwhile trade. Shi Feng inwardly smiled. For most, obtaining 1 mana stone was an extremely difficult endeavor. To Shi Feng, however, there was no challenge to it at all. He only needed enough magic crystals to synthesize. Immediately, Shi Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and Fire Dance. He had Melancholic Smile retrieve 10,000 magic crystals and instructed Fire Dance wait for him at the Candlelight trading firm. An hour later, Shi Feng arrived. Both Fire Dance and Melancholic Smile had waited patiently in his special forging room. Guild leader, those are the 10,000 magic crystals you've asked for, Melancholic Smile said as she pointed towards the magic crystals carefully stacked on the table. If other guilds realized that Zero Wing could easily take out 10,000 magic crystals, they might bang their heads against a wall in frustration. Shi Feng nodded. 10,000 magic crystals should be just enough to synthesize 100 mana stones. If converted to coins, 100 mana stones was worth far more than an epic weapon. However, anyone would be willing to trade 100 mana stones for a flawed weapon. Guild leader, why have you called me here? Fire Dance asked softly. Although she was thrilled that Shi Feng had called for her, she was not a forger. She was only apt at fighting. She could not help the Candlelight trading firm. What do you think about this weapon? Shi Feng retrieved the petrified thorn from his bag and handed it to Fire Dance. After receiving the weapon, Fire Dance checked its statistics and was stunned. An epic weapon. Fire Dance could not believe her eyes. The true fire blades were top tier, even among dark gold weapons. Compared to the petrified thorn, however, they were no different than trash. Yes. This weapon is for you. I hope you use it well, Shi Feng said. He could not help but smile as he watched Fire Dance's excitement. However, this is only one of the 2 I've prepared for you. You'll have to wait a while for the second. Another one? Fire Dance was nearly dying with excitement after receiving an epic weapon. Yet, now, Shi Feng was actually going to give her a second one. Fire Dance had even wondered if she had misheard him. It wasn't just Fire Dance, but Melancholic Smile, who stood beside her, was similarly shocked. Until now, although she had heard about the various large guilds accumulating quite a stock of top-tier dark gold weapons, she had yet to hear anything regarding the rumored epic weapons. One could just imagine how rare epic weapons were. Yet, Shi Feng could hand out 2 such weapons so casually. Moreover, both were meant for assassins. It was simply inconceivable. Melancholic, take this design and learn it. Use as many materials in the warehouse as you need. If there are not enough, have Aqua Rose try to obtain more. Produce as many as you can. Shi Feng then handed the strengthening device forging design to Melancholic Smile. Although forging the strengthening device was particularly difficult, Melancholic Smile was an intermediate forger. With a little practice, she should have a relatively high success rate. Shi Feng did not have the time to forge the items himself, of course. Melancholic Smile's eyes shone after she examined the design. Nothing interested a forger more than forging designs. It was especially true for advanced forging designs. Compared to epic weapons, the strengthening device forging design was far more attractive to Melancholic Smile. Moreover, the strengthening device's effect was astounding. It would significantly reduce equipment's durability consumption. Unlike the advanced whetstones, the demand for this item on the market would be immense. Advanced whetstones had already saturated the market, and many guilds could produce their own. On the other hand, the strengthening device would be unique to the candlelight trading firm. It would become a hot-selling item, no matter where they sold it. After Shi Feng finished directing the women, Melancholic Smile rushed back to her own special forging room to research the strengthening device production method, leaving Fire Dance and Shi Feng behind. Chapter 761, Visit from Various Parties. In the spacious special forging room, Shi Feng carefully took out the Philosopher's Stone and placed it on the stone table. He then began his alchemical synthesis. Hopefully, 10,000 magic crystals will be enough. Shi Feng still felt a slight sting. He saw the synthesis success rate of 50%. During the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Mana Pulse cannon had needed to consume 1,000 magic crystals for each shot. Aqua Rose had fired the cannon over 30 times. Although it had been magnificently effective, over half of Zero Wing's magic crystal supply had been depleted during the war. Now, the guild had barely 15,000 magic crystals remaining, and he was about to use another 10,000. Even to Zero Wing, this expenditure was considerable. While Shi Feng synthesized mana stones, Fire Dance sat out of his way and watched quietly. When will I truly become an asset to guild leader? When Fire Dance recalled the danger she had faced during this war, frustration filled her heart. If not for Shi Feng, the Flower of Seven Sins would have wiped out Zero Wing's main force. Despite having an advantage in attributes, she had been utterly helpless against that Seven Sins party leader. Although their guild had won, they were still far from being a match for God's domain's major powers. Stone Forest Town. After the war between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing, Stone Forest Town's atmosphere had transformed. Originally, the various large guilds had quietly eyed Stone Forest Town and waited for Zero Wing to suffer defeat. Once Zero Wing lost its prestige, the guild would lose members. After that exodus, they simply needed to gang up on Zero Wing to obtain Stone Forest Town. However, their plans had vanished into thin air when the Star Alliance had been defeated. Moreover, they had finally seen Zero Wing's true strength. The Star Alliance had suffered over 50,000 casualties. The various guilds shared a similar death count. In total, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds had lost over 100,000 elite players. In contrast, Zero Wing had only lost 4,128 members, while Ouroboros had only lost close to 30,000 members. Based on the death counts of either side, Zero Wing's power was apparent. Despite only dispatching an army of 10,000 elite players, Zero Wing had defeated an enemy several times its size. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had over 20,000 elite members in its midst. With such strength, what guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare to challenge Zero Wing? The Star Alliance's fate served as the best example. After the Star Alliance had been defeated, several thousand members had withdrawn from the guild within an hour. Moreover, due to the disappearance of the upper echelons, despite the guild elders' attempts to stabilize the situation, over 30,000 players had left the Star Alliance. As time passed, this number would only increase. Making a rough estimate, the various large guilds guessed that the Star Alliance had lost at least 20 to 30% of its members from just this single war. It would be extremely difficult for the guild to recover from such a huge loss. Although Zero Wing and Ouroboros had both lost close to half their members in this war, they had recruited far more than those they had lost. Moreover, due to their overwhelming victory, both guilds managed to collect plenty of weapons and equipment, filling their guild warehouses. Not only had the guild's prestige grown after this war, but they had also increased their overall strengths. Many of the other guilds grew envious of this situation. As a result of this war, Ouroboros had also replaced the Star Alliance as Starmoon City's overlord, becoming the city's #1 guild. One was the #1 guild of Starmoon City, while the other was the #1 guild of White River City. With these guilds working together, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town? On the contrary, now that Zero Wing had already taken care of its main enemy, it shifted its concentration towards the other guilds that plotted against it. For a time, the various large guilds that had joined hands with the Star Alliance felt an impending doom. None of them knew what Zero Wing would do next. Even if Zero Wing joined hands with Ouroboros and laid claim over the Stoneclaw Mountains, none of the other guilds could do anything about it. The Stoneclaw Mountains had become an important source of magic crystals for the various guilds. If they were banished from Stone Forest Town, their harvest would be limited. They would stagnate. Hence, immediately after the war, various guild leaders and upper echelons hurried to Zero Wing's guild residence in hopes of negotiating with Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not have that much time to waste on these people. Hence, he had passed the responsibility to Aqua Rose. Currently, the guild leaders and upper echelons from the various Star Moon Kingdom guilds occupied Zero Wing's residential reception hall. Normally, these individuals were extremely secretive about their intentions, and arranging a meeting was rare. Yet, now, all these powerful individuals sat obediently, waiting for their turn. Next, Xiao Zhao, Aqua Rose's female assistant, shouted in the reception hall. Immediately, Unparalleled, the guild leader of the second-rate guild Heaven's Gate, stood and walked into Zero Wing's meeting room. Unparalleled was a level 34 ranger. He wore level 30 fine gold rank or above equipment. He was an expert who had reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. In an ordinary NPC city, he would be considered one of the top experts. Unfortunately, in front of Aqua Rose, he was no one special. Heaven's Gate was a second-rate guild that occupied 2 cities within Star Moon Kingdom. Even here, it was a relatively powerful guild. However, when Unparalleled entered the meeting room, he had no choice but to show Aqua Rose proper respect. Heaven's Gate was indeed the overlord of 2 cities. However, those cities' total player population had not yet reached 400,000. On the other hand, White River City's population closed in on 5 million. Moreover, the city housed numerous elite and expert players. Other cities could not compare to White River City. Guild leader Unparalleled, let's not waste each other's time. Here's the contract. If you have no issues with it, please sign here, Aqua Rose said as she took out a contract and handed it to Unparalleled. The contract was quite simple. If Heaven's Gate wished to remain in Stone Forest Town, the guild would have to hand over 15% of its total magic crystal income to Zero Wing. Otherwise, Heaven's Gate would be banished from Stone Forest Town. At the end of the day, Stone Forest Town was just a town, not a city. It could only contain a limited number of players. Initially, not many players had visited Stone Forest Town, so it had not mattered whether or not they collected fees from the various large guilds. However, once mainstream players reached level 30, the town would begin to see an influx of activity. Hence, they could not just allow the other guilds and players to occupy the town's limited space for nothing. They had to collect a small fee, similar to how cities charged entry fees. After all, they had not established a town for charity, but to increase their profits. Of course, it was impossible for a town to collect an entry fee like cities. However, it was possible to adjust the repair fees and accommodation fees in Stone Forest Town. Guilds that did not sign Zero Wing's contract would experience doubled repair fees and tripled accommodation fees during their future visits to the town. For those who signed the contract, however, the rates would remain the same. You bastards! Unparalleled paled. He had never imagined that Zero Wing's demands would be so vicious. This contract was an agreement to join Zero Wing's labor force. If you have nothing else to say, then please leave. Aqua Rose gestured towards the door. Chapter 762, Grandmaster Forger. Unparalleled never thought that Aqua Rose would not show any intention of persuading him at all. With no better choice, he could only sign the contract. Currently, over 100 guilds had come to Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, and over a dozen of them were second-rate guilds. Who knew which guild had signed Zero Wing's contract, and which had not? It would be fine if nobody signed a contract with Zero Wing. However, if some did while others did not, those who did not sign it would definitely fall behind in their development at the Stoneclaw Mountains. After all, the rest stop known as Stone Forest Town was simply too beneficial for the purpose. On one hand, members of guilds that signed the contract needed to travel only about an hour to reach the regional dungeon. On the other hand, players from guilds that did not sign it had a travel time of over a dozen hours. The former would have a tremendous advantage over the latter, whether it was in terms of revival point or equipment repair. If the situation persisted, what would become of the second-rate guilds that did not sign the contract? Magic crystal was now the most critical resource after coins. Even after handing over 15% of its magic crystals, a guild would still earn substantially more than the alternative should they abandon the assistance of Stone Forest Town. In the end, the choice was obvious. It seems that from now on, nobody will be able to stop Zero Wing's development in Star Moon Kingdom, unparalleled thought as he left the meeting room. When he saw the reception hall packed full of guild representatives, he could not help but sigh inwardly. In truth, they should already consider themselves lucky. Unlike them, the dozen or so guilds that had secretly assisted the Star Alliance did not even get the opportunity to sign the contract. Zero Wing had immediately banished these guilds from Stone Forest Town after the war ended. In the future, these guilds would most likely not be able to develop themselves at the Stoneclaw Mountains even if they wanted to. On the other hand, due to this contract, Zero Wing's income in magic crystals would increase by 2 or 3-fold at the very minimum. Originally, the guild's daily income of magic crystals was already plenty frightening, enough to supply the daily needs of every core member within the guild. This provision was a feat no other guild could achieve. If Zero Wing's magic crystal supply doubled or tripled, the guild's core members wouldn't be the only ones to receive magic crystals from the guild. The guild's elite members would be able to get a share too. At that time, even Zero Wing's elite members would improve rapidly. Inside one of the special forging rooms of the candlelight trading firm, Shifeng finished synthesizing 100 mana stones after 2 hours. The amount of magic crystals he had expended was somewhat lower than he had initially expected, only over 8,000 crystals. The mana stones placed on the table looked splendorous. Just their presence increased the mana density within the entire room significantly. Although the mana stones were merely the size of a fist, they contained a frightening amount of mana. If fully utilized, there was enough mana here to turn the entire Stone Forest Town into ash instantly. My job's finally done. Next up will be repairing 1,000 transformations. Shifeng carefully put away the 100 mana stones. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, "Let's go. We're going to visit a smithy." Although Fire Dance had no idea why they were going to a smithy, she still followed after Shifeng immediately, leaving behind the serene and elegant special forging room. Shifeng first stored the Philosopher's Stone back in his warehouse. He then took an advanced horse carriage with Fire Dance and headed towards Celiura's smithy. To ordinary players, even meeting a master forger was already a tough challenge. As for meeting a Grandmaster forger, that was practically a dream. However, no one less than a Grandmaster forger could repair a weapon like 1,000 transformations. Besides Celiura, Shifeng had never heard of another Grandmaster forger in Star Moon Kingdom. If he had not been lucky enough to help Celiura become a Grandmaster forger, Shifeng would most likely be having a massive headache at this moment over figuring out how to get 1,000 transformations repaired. Shifeng did not know that, when Galaxy Past had obtained 1,000 transformations, he had been extremely elated. He had even mobilized the entire Star Alliance to search for a Grandmaster forger. Unfortunately, even after scouring the length and breadth of Star Moon Kingdom, they could not find any trace of a Grandmaster forger within the kingdom. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on the endeavor. If Galaxy Past were to find out that Shifeng was able to locate one so casually, he would definitely have a heart attack. Not only had he failed to use the item that he had obtained after going through many difficulties, but he had also given his enemy an advantage. When Shifeng arrived before Celiura's smithy, the large steel door of the little house was still shut tight. There was not a single player or NPC present in this place. After he gave the steel door a few knocks, a gap cracked open. "Oh, it's you," Celiura mumbled. She then opened the door and said, "Come in." At this moment, Celiura had a sleepy look on her face. She had on a tight, black leather shirt and short, black leather pants. Not only was her appearance extremely sexy, but she also looked like a lazy kitten that had not gotten enough sleep. To the ordinary male, her demeanor was pure temptation. Even Fire Dance was mesmerized by Celiura, her eyes fixed on the Grandmaster Forger's body. Fire Dance. Fire Dance. After entering the house, Shifeng discovered that Fire Dance still hadn't moved. And even after he called out to her twice, she remained dazed. Shifeng could not help but shake his head and laugh at this scene. Celiura was a rose in the forging world. A countless number of young males had tried courting her before, including the prince of an empire. One could see just how amazing Celiura was. However, Celiura's attractiveness lay not just in her appearance. There was also her temperament. Looks-wise, Celiura was only on par with Gentle Snow, whereas figure-wise, she was on par with Zhao Yueru. Generally speaking, Celiura's appearance was not enough to seduce a great beauty like Fire Dance. Celiura had only managed to captivate Fire Dance due to her unique temperament. If Shifeng were still the young sapling that he had been back then, Celiura would have most likely sucked out his soul already. Unfortunately, Shifeng was no longer the same as before. His willpower had long since grown to surpass ordinary people's. He quickly flicked Fire Dance's forehead. "Guild leader?" Fire Dance covered her reddened forehead with her hands, confused about Shifeng's actions. "The fact that Celiura mesmerized you shows that your training is deficient. After we return, we'll need to make sure you properly cultivate your willpower," Shifeng explained slowly. "Fortunately, the one you encountered right now is Celiura. If you were to encounter Medusa, you would have most likely been petrified by now." Medusa was one of God's domain's 10 great beauties. She was also one of the legendary figures in God's domain. Even without using any skills, Medusa could make countless expert players surrender themselves to her, regardless of gender. Fire Dance nodded wordlessly. Inwardly, however, she was very curious as to why Celiura would suddenly enthrall her. Being mesmerized is not a problem. The great characters and powerful monsters in God's domain have already reached an extremely high level of mental strength. Even without doing anything, they can affect a player's mental state. This is your first time encountering a great character like Celiura, so your reaction is very normal, Shifeng explained. In truth, with Fire Dance's mental strength and willpower, Celiura should not have been able to mesmerize her so easily. Only, the current Celiura was no longer the Celiura Shifeng had known in the past. Instead, she was now a Grandmaster Forger. Through normal identification, Shifeng could see only Celiura's name. Both her level and tier were in question marks. Even after utilizing omniscient eyes, the only additional information Shifeng managed to obtain was Celiura's level and class. Celiura, human, Grandmaster Forger. Level 200. HP. / Speak. "Why have you come looking for me?" Celiura asked as she tidied up her forging materials. If it were any other player, Celiura would have most likely chased them away by now. However, Shifeng was the player who had helped her become a Grandmaster Forger. Hence, he received better treatment from her. "I wish to have this weapon repaired," Shifeng said. He then took out 1,000 transformations from his bag. With just a single glance, Celiura's eyes immediately widened when she saw the broken sword. The flawed weapon 1,000 transformations. "This is great. With this, I can finally complete the weapon I designed before." Celiura instantly appeared in front of Shifeng and snatched 1,000 transformations out of his hands, her eyes flashing with excitement. Chapter 763, Legendary Quality. Before Shifeng could even react, 1,000 Transformations was already in Ciliora's hand. There, 1,000 Transformations underwent massive changes. The mana in their surroundings suddenly began surging towards the flawed weapon. In Ciliora's hand, 1,000 Transformations seemed as if it were alive. Is this the ability of a Grandmaster Forger? Shifeng was surprised. Shifeng had encountered other Grandmaster Forgers in the past. However, these Grandmasters would never display their abilities before commoners like himself. Hence, this was his first time witnessing a Grandmaster Forger's ability on display. A forger made weapons and equipment. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was most likely much greater than that of the users themselves. Despite this clearly being Ciliora's first time wielding 1,000 Transformations, Shifeng could sense that her compatibility rate with the flawed weapon was at an extremely frightening level. If the Abyssal Blade could display 80% of its true power while in Shifeng's hand, then 1,000 Transformations could display 120% of its true power while in Ciliora's. This scene fascinated Fire Dance too. 1,000 Transformations was a short sword. Even though Ciliora was clearly not an assassin, 1,000 Transformations seemed more like a living being rather than an inanimate object as she wielded it. When Ciliora gave 1,000 Transformations a few casual swings, the flawed weapon sent ripples through space. Despite having already lost most of its power, 1,000 Transformations still managed to tear through the space within the house, leaving behind numerous pitch-black spatial rifts. Even with Killing Ray, Shifeng's swings could never achieve such a standard. In the next moment, Fire Dance suddenly unsheathed the true fire blades that hung at her waist, brandishing them. As she swung the weapons, her body movements contained not a single bit of excess motion. The speed of the true fire blades suddenly increased sharply, Fire Dance's attack speed accelerating significantly. Moreover, her attacks were no longer as rigid as before. They now seemed much more relaxed. What? Shifeng was thunderstruck. Fire Dance had only watched Ciliora do a few swings, yet she actually managed to break through the final barrier and officially set foot into the realm of top-tier experts. Her power of comprehension was simply too frightening. So this is the refinement realm. No wonder I never could win against guild leader. There was actually such a large gap between us. Fire Dance was still reliving the pleasure she felt just now as she looked at the true fire blades in her hands. Shifeng sighed with emotion at seeing Fire Dance officially enter the realms of refinement. He had spent many years before managing to set foot into the refinement realm. On the other hand, Fire Dance had succeeded in less than 2 months after coming into contact with God's domain. Her talent was simply extraordinary. Although some luck was involved in her achievement, luck was also a part of a person's strength. If it were anybody else, they probably couldn't set foot into this realm within such a short time. Now, Zero Wing finally had its second refinement expert. This would have an immense impact on Zero Wing's combat power. As soon as Fire Dance reached level 40, she would be able to equip both the Petrified Thorn and 1,000 Transformations. At that time, even if Shifeng was not around, Zero Wing would still be in existence that everyone would fear in Starmoon Kingdom. It would be great if Violet Cloud can set foot into the realms of refinement as well. Shifeng was not particularly sure how far Fire Dance could reach in the future. With Violet Cloud, however, Shifeng knew very clearly just how great a potential she had. Tier 6 God-ranked players were peak existences in God's domain. Not to mention a Tier 6 God-ranked player, if a first-rate guild managed to produce even one Tier 5 player, the guild would celebrate and hold feasts for days. In the past, after a decade of development in God's domain, the gap between first-rate guilds became extremely massive. Take Ouroboros for example. Even after 10 years had passed, the guild had not boasted a single Tier 6 God-ranked member, though there were quite a few Tier 5 players in the guild. As a result, Ouroboros was only middling among first-rate guilds. However, a first-rate guild that had a Tier 6 God-ranked member would be considered top-tier among first-rate guilds, even if the entire guild had only one Tier 6 God-ranked player and no Tier 5 experts. Meanwhile, due to Aqua Rose and her mage god friend, Unyielding Ice, Twilight Echo, which had similarly been a first-rate guild, succeeded in developing into a super first-rate guild back then, only a short distance away from becoming a super guild. This potential was the amazing part about Tier 6 god-ranked experts. As long as Violet Cloud and Aqua Rose continued striving, it was only a matter of time before the both of them set foot into the realms of refinement. After Celiora finished toying around with 1,000 transformations, she turned to Shifeng and asked, "Are you trying to get this short sword repaired?" "Emichim. I've already prepared the materials needed to repair it." Saying so, Shifeng took out the 100 mana stones from his bag. "As your friend, I don't recommend you repair this sword," Celiora said seriously. "Although I am not sure what managed to destroy a flawed weapon like this, and although the divine runes engraved on 1,000 transformations are still mostly intact, this sword is already dead. Even if you repair it, the weapon won't be able to display its original strength. After all, flawed weapons are essentially failed products. I still wish to have it repaired. A damaged flawed weapon is still not bad." Shifeng naturally knew about the problem plaguing 1,000 transformations. This problem was the reason why Feather had switched out 1,000 transformations for a better weapon back then. However, 1,000 transformations was not an ordinary epic weapon. Even if it could not recover its peak state, it would still be significantly stronger than an ordinary epic weapon. "I'm not finished speaking. If you were to bring this thing to anybody else, they would repair 1,000 transformations and leave you with a barely usable weapon at most. However, after researching the broken steel set equipment forging design you left with me last time, I received plenty of inspiration and produced several weapons, gaining tremendous experience. The famed smith that made 1,000 transformations originally intended it to be a legendary weapon. However, due to some error in the forging process, the final result was unsatisfactory. Even so, the raw materials used to make 1,000 transformations were extremely precious legendary ranked materials. As long as I recast it, it might end up becoming a true legendary weapon," Celiora said proudly. "Recast into a legendary weapon?" Shifeng was stunned. He never imagined that Celiora actually possessed such remarkable capabilities. Legendary weapons were weapons that only famed smiths and craftsmen forgers could produce. The probability of a Grandmaster forger producing one was abysmally low. After playing God's Domain for over a decade, Shifeng had never once heard of a Grandmaster forger successfully producing a legendary weapon. "That's right. Of course, there are some risks as well. If the recasting fails, the weapon will naturally end up scrapped," Celiora said sternly. "What is the success rate?" Shifeng asked. Roughly 20%. "How about it? Pretty high, right? An epic weapon has a 20% chance to become a legendary weapon. This is a trade that you'll never be able to find anywhere else," Celiora said as she puffed her chest out proudly. "I'll stick with repairing it," Shifeng said definitively. What a joke. Only a 20% chance of success meant an 80% chance of failure. If it were 3 or 5 years later, not to mention 20%, even if there was only a 5% chance, he would willingly take the gamble. Now, however, he could not afford to do so. Currently, the value of an epic weapon was in no way inferior to a legendary weapon. How could he possibly let Celiora turn one into scrap metal? Chapter 764, Epic Hidden Quest. Don't be in such a rush. I'm still not done speaking. Celiora wagged her finger at Shifeng as if she'd guessed his thoughts. Laughing softly, she added, "Although there is only a 20% chance for it to become a legendary weapon, that doesn't mean that the other 80% will be a failure." "What do you mean?" Shifeng asked uncertainly. Fire Dance didn't understand Celiora's words either. "I've already said that the materials used to produce 1,000 transformations are very high quality, but because of some small defects, it did not become a legendary weapon. If I recast it, then there is a 20% chance it will evolve into a legendary weapon, as well as a 50% chance it will become a fragmented legendary weapon but never an actual legendary weapon. As for the remaining 30%, the recasting will end up a complete failure, and 1,000 transformations will turn into scrap metal, Celiora explained slowly. Now you should understand what I'm trying to say, right? Are you sure you are fine with just repairing it? Shifeng and Fire Dance were both stunned for a long time. Really? Shifeng sought further confirmation, thinking that he had heard wrong earlier. Not to mention upgrading 1,000 transformations into a legendary weapon, just turning it into a fragmented legendary weapon was already an unbelievable notion. Currently, the various large guilds and major powers in God's domain were frantically searching for traces of epic weapons. Who knew whether they could even obtain one? Fragmented legendary items were practically godly weapons to players right now. It was just like the heavenly dragon's breath he had obtained, which could raise his personal combat power by a large margin. However, the heavenly dragon's breath was only a ring. If it were a weapon, the improvement it could bring him would be dreadfully high. Legendary items could give players the ability to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Tier 1 could go up against Tier 2, Tier 2 against Tier 3, and Tier 3 against Tier 4. Meanwhile, a fragmented legendary item might not allow players to challenge opponents one tier higher than themselves, but it would still increase a player's strength by a large margin. Although Fire Dance was already in the refinement realm and she possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, she was still no match for a Lord-ranked monster of the same level at the moment. The purpose of combat techniques was to give players the ability to exert their own combat power. Take an ordinary player for example. Even if said ordinary player were fully geared in top-tier equipment and their system combat power value was at 1,000 points, so long as their combat techniques only allowed them to exert 20% of their combat power, then their actual combat power value was only 200 points. On the other hand, expert players could bring out more of their combat power in battle. An expert player who could exert 50% of their combat power in battle would have 300 points in actual combat power value when wearing shabby equipment and having a system combat power value of only 600 points. However, a person's combat power was only half of what determined a battle's outcome. The other half was external environmental factors. Ordinary players failed to exploit their surroundings. Expert players, on the other hand, were adept at using the environment to their advantage. This knack was another major difference between ordinary players and expert players. Should an ordinary player and an expert player of the same level fight against each other, the outcome of the battle was self-evident. Even if the expert player had poorer equipment, the victory would still belong to the expert player. Fire Dance's normal combat power was only at the peak of Tier 1. In a situation where she lacked any advantage in environmental factors or any special skills or tools, a frontal clash with a lord of the same level would only end in her loss. After all, Fire Dance's limit was the peak of Tier 1. Even if she could exert 100% of her combat power, defeating a Lord-ranked monster, which was equivalent to a Tier 2 class, would be impossible for her. However, as long as Fire Dance equipped a fragmented legendary weapon, she would immediately gain the combat power of a Tier 2 class. She would then be capable of soloing a Lord. What's your decision now? Celiora asked with a smile on her face. Since there's a 50% chance for it to become a fragmented legendary weapon, let's recast it, then. After giving it some thought, Shifeng still decided to gamble. Not only was there a 50% chance to upgrade 1,000 transformations into a fragmented legendary weapon, but there was even a 20% possibility for the flawed weapon to become a true legendary weapon. Moreover, although epic weapons were currently extremely precious and could improve a player's combat power considerably, an epic weapon would not provide Fire Dance with the combat power she needed to go up against a lord, even if she wielded 2 epic weapons. Without the heavenly dragon's breath, Shifeng's combat power would directly decrease by at least 40%. In such a case, he would not last even a single exchange with Sky of the Flower of 7 Sins. Such was the strength of fragmented legendary items. If Fire Dance could obtain one herself, rather than improvement, her strength would undergo a metamorphosis. If 1,000 transformations became a legendary item, once Fire Dance equipped it, her strength would most likely surpass even Shifeng's. Since you've already decided, then go prepare the materials. Celiora nodded. Sure enough, the game won't give away a fragmented legendary weapon so easily. Shifeng smiled bitterly. God's domain was particular about fairness. Gains and losses came in equal proportion. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, it was simply impossible for him to turn the broken sword he had casually picked up into a fragmented legendary weapon for no cost whatsoever. The mana stones should be sufficient already. However, it is extremely difficult to melt down legendary ranked materials. Although I have some of the materials I need here at my place, after conducting my previous few experiments, I've already used up all of my Inferno gold. Go and collect 10 more pieces of it for me, Celiora said, smiling. Her eyes gleamed as if she saw a rich tycoon when she looked at Shifeng. System, Epic Hidden Quest Recast 1000 Transformations, accepted. Quest content, collect 10 pieces of Inferno gold. Quest reward, Celiora will recast the Flawed weapon 1000 transformations for you. 10 pieces of Inferno gold? Does it have to be this vicious? Shifeng felt his stomach aching when he heard the system notification. Guild leader, I've just checked, but there's no mention of Inferno gold on either the official forums or our guild's database. Where are we supposed to find this thing? Wanting to share some of Shifeng's burden, Fire Dance had searched through Zero Wing's database for Inferno gold. However, she came away empty-handed. God's domain had an extremely enormous amount of information for players to process. However, aside from basic information, the official game developers did not provide players with anything else. Players had to depend on themselves to search for the information they wanted through the libraries, ruins, and other such places. For convenience, the various large guilds had tasked individuals to collect information in the game after entering God's domain and compile it into a single database. The upper echelons of guilds could then search this database for the information they wanted. After Shifeng established Zero Wing, the guild naturally had tasked certain members with collecting all sorts of information and integrating it into the guild database. This was also the reason why players always crowded the entrance of libraries. Most of these players were not suited to battle but were suited to information gathering. They would also often visit the libraries of various cities to collect information, because the information stored in libraries were not uniform, with some libraries having information that other libraries did not. Only Zero Wing's members could access its database. However, the level of information available to them would also differ depending on the individual's rank within the guild. For example, as the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had first-level authority to the guild database, which was beneath only Shifeng's top-level authority. Chapter 765, Grinding Field Bosses. Shifeng simply chuckled in response to Fire Dance's worries. Inferno gold was beyond current players. Only master forgers or better could use Inferno gold. It was used specifically to melt materials, particularly extremely rare materials such as those of epic or legendary rank. A single ingot was worth as much as an epic item as it was a necessary component in crafting epic and legendary items. In his previous life, Shifeng had often led teams to farm Inferno gold. However, Inferno gold was hard to find, and they had never managed to collect much at all. Only field bosses has a chance to drop the ingots. Moreover, the bosses had to be level 50 Great Lords or above. Level 50 field Great Lords were extremely rare in God's domain. These monsters were walking treasure troves, so guilds with sufficient strength would dispatch their forces to kill these Great Lords upon encountering or receiving information on one. Meanwhile, field Great Lords' Inferno gold drop rate was not particularly high, averaging around 3%. Because master forgers needed the ingots to produce epic weapons, Inferno gold's market price had only increased as time passed in the past. Scanning through Zero Wing's current database, it was natural that Fire Dance had not discovered anything regarding the valuable metal. She would find less than nothing if she scanned the internet. I need to find time to update the guild's database. Fire Dance's question had reminded Shifeng. In God's domain, players who joined guilds would have access to three main benefits: expert nurturing, the guild warehouse, and the guild's database. These benefits were also the three main criteria most independent players based their decisions on when choosing a guild. Needless to say, any guild that wished to grow stronger needed its own experts. However, it was extremely difficult to develop experts. Ordinary guilds would not have the necessary means. Only first-rate guilds and above had the appropriate environment. After all, the task that required a lot of manpower and resources. It was as costly as the upkeep of an entire first-rate guild. Second-rate guilds' backgrounds weren't strong enough. Although second-rate guilds received financial support from corporations as well, they received far less funding than first-rate guilds. Maintaining normal operations already taxed their budgets. Second-rate guilds never had enough time or money to nurture experts. This was also the reason why there was such a massive gap between first-rate and second-rate guilds. Meanwhile, a guild's warehouse allowed members easy access to the equipment and items they needed. Unlike independent players, guild players did not need to purchase items from auction houses or trading firms. Usually, a guild warehouse also offered a wider array of items. A guild's database was even more valuable to players. Generally, players needed to look for clues regarding the whereabouts of quest-related items themselves, which required a lot of time. Fortunately, guilds usually had players who specialized in collecting such information. Guild members could easily obtain the information they needed by accessing the guild's database, saving precious time. This was one of the reasons that guild players leveled up much faster than independent players. Veteran guilds in the virtual gaming world would strike at these three factors when entering a new game. Hence, many players preferred joining well-known, long-standing guilds. However, there were differences between each guild's information. Moreover, collecting and registering information was not easy as it had to be transcribed in the guild's database by hand. Meanwhile, every library in God's domain contained an overwhelming amount of information. Transcribing it all into the guild's database was a vast project that needed a lot of manpower. Although Aqua Rose had invested a lot of effort into developing Zero Wing's database, at the end of the day, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild that had only recently established. Naturally, it could not compete with other large guilds in terms of resources. Hence, its database was inferior to those long-standing guilds that had spread their roots throughout God's domain. Knowledge is power was a suitable term in God's domain. If Zero Wing's current database had even half of the information Shadow had 10 years ago, Zero Wing's strength would soar. Although Shifeng could not remember every shred of information Shadow had collected, he remembered how to acquire a few hidden quests and rare materials. If he recorded this information in the guild's database, it would be a massive help to Zero Wing's upper echelons and the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, thanks to his Demon Hunter title, Shifeng was a world noble. He could easily visit the libraries of various major cities without needing to complete quests and grind for reputation. He could also take others with him into a library. With this, Zero Wing could send at least one person to every library in God's domain. The guild would be able to gather information even faster than a first-rate guild. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing surpassed their first-rate neighbors. While Shifeng pondered, his system communicator rang. Phoenix Rain, who had not reached out to him for quite some time, waited for him to accept the call. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on your victory in the Stoneclaw Mountains. With this, you have stabilized Zero Wing's position in Stone Forest Town. Really though, you are full of surprises. You actually managed to join the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. I doubt that there is any major power in God's domain that hasn't heard of you now, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. May I know what business you have with me? Shifeng did not think that Phoenix Rain had called him just to congratulate him. It's nothing urgent. Your first opponent for the Dark Arena has been decided, so I've called to notify you. Phoenix Rain revealed a charming smile that could melt one's heart. The fight will be in 3 days. The venue is in the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Don't be late. I'm eager to earn some money off of you. Who's our opponent? Shifeng asked. Ah, I nearly forgot. It's a battle team called Glorious Lions. Everlasting War is their leader. This battle team has already won twice in a row, so it is very strong. I'll send you the information we have on them in a moment, Phoenix Rain said before disconnecting the call. Everlasting War is my opponent? Shifeng could not help his smile when he heard this name. He had originally planned to join the Glorious Lions battle team. He had never imagined that they would be his opponents. Immediately, he turned to Fire Dance. Fire, contact the main force members and have them gather in Starmoon City. Tell them to bring all of the barrier crystals and 9-star polar domain magic scrolls we have left. We're going to grind bosses. Currently, the various large guilds were either busy in the Stoneclaw Mountains or team dungeons, so they were not particularly focused on hunting field bosses, not to mention level 50 field great lords. Guilds typically avoided such bosses like the plague. With the strength of Zero Wing's main force, killing a level 50 field great lord was practically a dream. Fortunately, they had the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shifeng could think of a few level 50 field great lords they could test their strength on. Previously, to avoid the Flower of Seven Sins' assassins, Zero Wing's main force had taken a break from leveling, hiding safely in the city. Hence, their levels were not particularly high. There were no level restrictions or strength suppression in the Dark Arena. Even a difference of one level could lead to a huge difference in attributes. Zero Wing was at a disadvantage. Hence, he needed to raise everyone's levels as quickly as possible. By killing these bosses, not only could he farm for Inferno Gold, but he could also help his team level up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Everyone will be excited to hear this. Fire Dance burst with energy. It had been a very long time since Shifeng had taken them along to kill bosses. Moreover, after breaking through into the refinement realm, her strength had improved significantly. She could use these bosses to get used to her new strength. Chapter 766, Asura Battle Team. Beast Empire, Beast City. As the imperial capital of an empire, Beast City was far more prosperous than Starmoon City. Moreover, its territory was vast. It ranked near the top, even among the many empires on the continent of God's domain. Beast City's player population alone exceeded 10 million. The city had even more elite and expert players than White River City and Starmoon City combined. Although there were 5 first-rate guilds in Beast City, the imperial capital's true ruler was the super guild Battle Wolves. All 5 of these first-rate guilds submitted to Battle Wolves' rules. They were only allowed to develop in Beast City after signing an agreement with the Super Guild. Otherwise, the massive guild would have chased them out of the city long ago. Inside Battle Wolves' guild residence. Leader, our opponent for the next match has been decided. Here is a list of their names and the information we have gathered. The vice leader of the Glorious Lions battle team, Journey Leave, reported as he approached Everlasting War. The report Journey Leave held was very thin as the folder only contained a single sheet of paper. Many of the battle team's members in the meeting room were confused. Vice leader, you couldn't have brought the wrong report, right? Why is there only one sheet of paper? Don't we usually have a stack for each team? The other members asked curiously. Journey Leave's report regarding the previous 2 battle teams they had faced had taken them nearly 3 days to analyze, yet their vice leader held only a single sheet this time. No matter how they looked at it, that did not seem like their usual reports. This isn't a mistake, the battle team we're facing this time has only recently joined the Dark Arena. This will be their debut match, Journey Leave confirmed. When he had received the report, he, too, had his doubts. However, the intelligence department had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the report, stating that their opponent was a new battle team. Aside from the battle team's leader, there was no information on any of the team's members. A new battle team? Everlasting War's curiosity grew. He had not expected a new battle team to boldly challenge the glorious lions. It seems that the battle team's employer is confident of their team. In any case, we should be careful. Journey, give us a general introduction. Journey Leave nodded. He then opened the report on the meeting table and displayed it before his team members. This battle team is a new one, so, aside from some basic data on the registered team leader, we haven't uncovered any information. As of now, the other members have not been registered yet, and we have nothing on them. The battle team is called Asura, and it's led by Yifeng. I researched this team leader myself. When God's Domain launched, he was relatively famous. He had once defeated a large guild by himself, so he is very powerful. However, it has been a very long time since anyone has seen him. Even when I went to the secret pavilion to research him, I left empty-handed. He is a complete mystery. As for his exact strength right now, that is also unknown. Journey Leave then played Shi Feng's battle video for everyone to watch. However, this battle video had been recorded before everyone had reached the cities. In the video, Yifeng killed dozens of players by himself while inside the town. Although Phoenix Rain had given Shi Feng full authority over the battle team, he had no intention of participating in the Dark Arena as Black Flame. Black Flame was a guild leader. Having a guild leader of a large guild participate in a brawl would only make him a laughingstock. Hence, Shi Feng intended to use his true identity in the Dark Arena. What kind of report is this? Is this a joke? Doesn't this mean that, aside from the battle team and the team leader's name, we know absolutely nothing? What is our intelligence department doing? How old is this battle video? Yifeng hadn't even reached level 10 yet. Mainstream players are already reaching level 30. Don't we have anything current on him? The battle team's members demanded answers, one after another. There was a massive gap between level 10 and level 30. The battle video could not be used as any kind of reference. Journey Leave shook his head helplessly. He had also investigated Yifeng. However, there was nothing to find. It was as if all traces of Yifeng had vanished from God's domain. While everyone complained, Everlasting War sat back in a daze. Why is he the Asura battle team's team leader? Everlasting War had tried to invite Shi Feng multiple times, hoping to recruit him as the Glorious Lion's vice leader. Unfortunately, Hua Qiushui, the representative of the corporation backing the battle team, was adamant in modifying the contract and restricting the battle team's freedom. The result was Shi Feng's rejection. Everlasting War had felt Shi Feng's strength personally. Although he had never exchanged moves with the young swordsman, he knew that Shi Feng was a refinement realm expert. Shi Feng could even emit an intense pressure. Experts in the refinement realm were extremely rare in God's domain. Most of these experts were relatively old. They weren't usually interested in such competitions. Thus, refinement realm experts were relatively rare even in the Dark Arena. Leader, do you know him? The other team members asked curiously. Yes. Originally, Yifeng was supposed to participate in the last audition. However, due to complications, he did not take part. I had never imagined that he would lead the Asura battle team. Now, we have to face him, Everlasting War said disappointedly. His strength is the real deal. Although he is keeping a low profile, I suspect that he's a refinement realm expert. As for his weapons and equipment, it's been a long time since I've seen him. Even I am not sure how strong he has become. At this moment, Hua Qiushui, who sat at the head of the table, wore a twisted expression. Although she had forgotten about a minor character like Shi Feng, Everlasting War had reminded her. The minor character that she had forgotten had become a leader of a battle team. Furthermore, his battle team was going to face her own. If the Asura battle team won against the Glorious Lions, the other major corporations would take advantage of her humiliation. Seeing Hua Qiushui's reaction, everyone quickly realized the severity of the situation. Back when the Glorious Lions had held its auditions, Hua Qiushui had decided to change the battle team's requirements, restricting the team members' freedom. In reality, however, they had not lost much. Take Everlasting War for example. His restrictions were minimal. Leader, you're not the same player that you were before. This is just a brat in the refinement realm. After all of your special training, this will be child's play, a team member joked. However, this joke was also true. The Super Guild Battle Wolves supported their battle team. Since they had begun participating in the Dark Arena, they had gained access to various resources. They didn't need to worry about top-tier weapons and equipment at all. They had even less worry about obtaining skills. As for leveling up, they had a group of players who helped them gain levels rapidly. It was heaven. They only needed to improve on their combat techniques, thinking of ways to exert more of their strength. They could also spar and receive guidance from the Super Guild's older generation. In the real world, they also received guidance from martial arts masters on a daily basis. Ever since joining the Glorious Lions battle team, their strengths had improved by leaps and bounds. After 2 matches, the Glorious Lions battle team had earned quite a bit of fame in the Dark Arena. It would be a piece of cake to deal with a new battle team. Everlasting, for the upcoming competition, I only have one demand. You must annihilate the Asura battle team. You cannot go easy on them just because you know Yifeng. Hua Chuxue interjected as she turned to Everlasting War, her voice soft but commanding. I will always fight to my limits, regardless of my opponent. Please rest assured, Director Hua. Everlasting War could guess what was going through Hua Chuxue's mind. However, he wouldn't go easy on an opponent just because they were acquainted. The Dark Arena was his battlefield. On a battlefield, he would not show any enemy mercy. Hearing Everlasting War's assurance, Hua Chuxue nodded in satisfaction. Campbell Volcano. After Shifeng finished dealing with his matters, he led Zero Wing's main force to Campbell Volcano in search of level 50 Great Lords. Guild leader, I've found the boss. Minor Wind shouted in the team chat. Chapter 767, Godly Skill for Grinding Monsters. Alright, everyone gather over there. Shifeng commanded through the team chat. Campbell Volcano was a level 40 to level 50 regional map in Star Moon Kingdom and was famed for dropping fire resistance equipment. However, the Campbell Volcano's environment was extremely severe. Not only did the scorching temperatures increase the burden on players' stamina significantly, but players also had to deal with a debuff. High temperature environment. All of your basic attributes have been decreased by 10%, flame damage received increased by 20%, and HP recovery rate decreased by 50%. The monsters in Campbell Volcano's map all used fire-type skills. Some monsters even dealt flame damage with their basic attacks. Due to the severe environment, even common monsters were challenging opponents, not to mention the elite and boss monsters. In the future, however, Campbell Volcano would become a favored destination. Many workshops would grind here for fire resistance equipment, earning a fortune. However, God's Domain's mainstream players had not yet reached level 30, so ordinary players could not survive here. Guild players were even less likely to visit this map. This was primarily due to the 2 main field bosses that wandered about Campbell Volcano. Both bosses were level 50 Great Lords, and they would turn any player that ventured into Campbell Volcano to level up into a charred corpse. Guild leader, that's the boss, Minor Wind said as he pointed towards the massive bear sleeping in the magma-filled valley. Violent Flame Bear, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 63,000,000/63,000,000. Its HP is insane. Blackie gulped. This was the first time he had seen a boss with such a high HP. How long would they have to spend to grind this boss down? The Violent Flame Bear was a level 50 Great Lord. Depending on the boss's defense, after including the damage reduction due to the level suppression, their damage output would drop by at least 50%. Its HP isn't the only challenge. don't forget about its environment. Look, we are surrounded by magma. If we accidentally touch the magma, the entire team will be in danger. Fire Dance quickly noticed that there were too few footholds for them to stand on. There was no way their MTs could dodge the Flame Bear's attacks properly. A level 50 Great Lord's attack power would definitely be astonishing. If their MTs did not have enough space to avoid attacks. With Fire Dance's reminder, the team realized the crux of the problem. The Great Lord was already absurdly strong. If it could use skills that utilized the surrounding magma, they would not be surprised if they team-wiped. Without extremely high fire resistance, the magma would reduce them to ashes in less than 3 seconds. Fear ripped through the team as they were suddenly paralyzed. Kola, Yi Wumian, stand where the magma intersects. Everyone else, wait along the sides of the valley's entrance. I'll lure the boss. Shifeng could not help but laugh at his team's response. If they threw themselves into battle, they would never defeat a level 50 Great Lord. It was especially true for the violent Flame Bear. Due to the high-temperature environment, the Flame Bear could even instant-kill a well-equipped level 50 MT. Normally, only Tier 2 MTs could survive the Great Lord's attacks. In addition, the violent Flame Bear also had the team-wiping skill Earth Fury. When activated, the Great Lord would execute an earth-shaking stomp. Although the skill's damage was not particularly high, the stomp would create a magma tsunami that would devour all enemies within a 50-yard radius. Even Shifeng, with his high fire resistance, would lose 500 or 600 HP each second in the molten liquid. He'd be surprised if his teammates didn't lose 5,000 HP per second. Among Zero Wing's main force members, even Kola would only last several seconds with all of his life-saving skills active, much less everyone else. In the past, to deal with the violent Flame Bear, the various large guilds had lost hundreds of 100-man teams. These teams had consisted of level 50 and above elite players. They had been much stronger than Zero Wing's main force. Naturally, since Shifeng had chosen to raid this boss, he had a strategy to deal with it. Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Magic Amplification Scroll. He then summoned a demon. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord. Although the Tier 3 demon Shifeng summoned would suffer the debuff and wouldn't have any environmental advantages, it could still act as a meat shield. A level 53 Tomahawk demon with 11 million HP appeared before them, stupefying Zero Wing's main force. None of them had thought that Shifeng could still summon a Tier 3 demon. A single Tier 3 demon was far more useful than 4 or 5 level 50, 100-man teams. With this demon, raiding the violent Flame Bear would be much easier. Go! Shifeng directed the Tomahawk demon to fly towards the Great Lord. When the Tomahawk demon was within 50 yards of the Flame Bear, the sleeping Great Lord discovered its presence. Suddenly, the Flame Bear opened its mouth, gathering an overwhelming surge of fire-type mana in its mouth before releasing it. Tier 2 spell, Breath of Fire. Instantly, a red beam of light lanced through the air towards the Tomahawk demon. The beam was too fast. Shifeng already struggled to control the demon. Hence, the red beam struck the Tomahawk demon, sending it plunging into the molten magma. Minus 124,084. The violent Flame Bear's damage left everyone speechless. With one move, the Flame Bear had managed to obliterate so much of the demon's HP, regardless of the fact that it had as much defense as a Great Lord of the same level. If a player had received that attack, they would die instantly. Isn't it going to instant kill us if we rush at it? Kola unconsciously gulped when he saw the demon plunge into the fiery liquid. He doubted whether he could even stop the violent Flame Bear from moving past him. However, while everyone was still in a daze, Shifeng controlled the Tomahawk demon to brandish its axe. The 5-meter-tall battle axe transformed into a stream of light and slammed into the Great Lord's body. Tier 2 skill, Axe of Destruction. Minus 84,509. Despite using a Tier 2 skill, the Tomahawk demon's attack was weaker than the violent Flame Bear's. However, Shifeng did not mind. After all, with him directing the Tomahawk Demon, he exerted less than 50% of the skill's effect. He was satisfied with dealing over -80,000 damage. Jiao. The attack had clearly inflicted pain as bloodthirst flashed in the flame bear's ruby eyes. Immediately, it launched itself from the magma and charged towards the Tomahawk Demon. Good. It took the bait. Shifeng then had the Tomahawk Demon rush towards the valley's entrance. Kola, Yi Wumian, get ready. When the flame bear gathers mana in its mouth, use Mach to attract its aggro and direct the bear's attack towards the intersection where you're standing. Do not let it attack elsewhere. The violent flame bear's general attacks were limited to Flame Claws and Breath of Fire. Flame Claws was not an AoE attack, so the Tomahawk Demon could deal with it easily. Breath of Fire, on the other hand, was a straight-line AoE spell. The spell contained frighteningly destructive power, and any mishap could destroy the valley's entrance. This would put the other players in danger. The Tomahawk Demon did not possess any aggro-holding skills, so it could not control the direction of the flame bear's attack. They needed someone else to do the job. If Kola failed to attract the Great Lord's aggro, Yi Wumian could back him up. As long as the valley's entrance remained intact, the high terrain could prevent everyone from drowning in magma when the violent flame bear activated Earth Fury. With their HP, Zero Wing's main force members could easily handle Earth Fury's base damage. I understand. Kola nodded heavily. Very quickly, Shifeng lured the violent flame bear to the valley's entrance. He then directed the Tomahawk Demon to pin the Great Lord down. With the Tomahawk Demon's high attack power, no one could steal the Great Lord's aggro. Time flew by. Throughout the battle, Zero Wing's main force toyed with the violent flame bear. Whenever it opened its mouth to use its breath attack, Kola provoked it. After the breath attack, the Tomahawk Demon would use a Tier 2 skill to redirect the Great Lord's aggro. As for everyone else, they bombarded the Great Lord with attacks without a care in the world. After all, regardless of their damage, they could not out-damage the Tomahawk Demon. When the violent flame bear eventually executed Earth Fury, although its attack had caused the earth to tremble, and the team members had taken plenty of damage, they still had over half of their HP after the attack. As for the resulting magma wave, it stopped growing after it engulfed the mountain's lower half. It didn't come near Zero Wing's main force. After a dozen or so minutes, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and dealt the final blow. The violent flame bear released an agonized scream as it fell to the ground. A treasure trove appeared around its body. Chapter 768, Summoning Flute. In God's domain, killing a field boss for the first time would double its drop rate. Hence, large guilds loved to raid bosses on new maps. Players had yet to develop Campbell Volcano. All of its bosses were untouched. If anyone killed the bosses here, they would obtain a treasure trove. Furthermore, Shifeng had a skill like Divine Providence, which greatly increased his luck attribute. Despite level 50 and above monsters having poor drop rates, after applying the effects of Divine Providence, the violent flame bear dropped a frightening amount of loot. Not only did the Great Lord drop over 20 items, but it had also given everyone a bounty of EXP. A level 50 Great Lord already provided an abundant sum of EXP, but after including the bonus EXP for defeating a monster of a higher level, some members even gained a full level, climbing from 32 to 33. The EXP is awesome. I gained 40% of a level after just a little over 10 minutes of hard work. If I had to level up myself, I probably wouldn't even get this much after half a day of grinding. If we continue leveling up like this, it won't be long before we reach level 40. We'll be able to buy our own mounts. Blackie could not help his excitement when he saw his experience bar. He had never thought that a field Great Lord would provide so much EXP. Even after splitting the Great Lord's EXP between 100 people, he obtained nearly half of an entire level. He was already level 33. He required a massive amount of EXP to level up. Even if he grinded and raided dungeons non-stop, it would take him at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 34. Now, however, he only needed to kill 2 more great lords to reach level 34. His could level faster than a rocket. Shifeng simply laughed and shook his head as he watched Blackie's reaction. His friend was too optimistic. Although it was true that field bosses provided an abundance of EXP and that they had only taken a dozen minutes or so to defeat the violent flame bear, field bosses were not common monsters. They were not easy to find. Take Campbell Mountain for example. There were only 2 great lords in this entire map. After these bosses died, it would take a day before they respawned. Then could not grind them indefinitely. Moreover, they had been able to kill this boss due to the Tier 3 demon. Without the Tier 3 demon tanking the Great Lord, with their current level and equipment, killing a level 50 Great Lord was impossible for them as they were. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Although Kola was similarly shocked by the EXP he had received, he was more interested in the boss's loot. Hearing Kola's question, everyone redirected their attention towards the loot as well. A Great Lord-ranked boss's loot was a temptation to any guild in God's domain. The loot is alright. The Flame Bear dropped 8 weapons and pieces of equipment. Among them, 1 is a level 50 Dark Gold ranked plate armor, 1 is a Dark Gold ranked 2-handed battle axe, and the rest are all fine gold rank. However, this flute is the most precious item among the loot. After Shifeng finished arranging the drops, he smiled as he revealed a silver flute. Players were lucky if an ordinary level 50 Great Lord dropped even 10 items. It was only due to the first kill bonus and Shifeng's high luck attribute that the violent flame bear had dropped over 20. Among the items, over half were rare materials. The materials were all good quality, and even an ingot of Inferno gold, an item with an extremely low drop rate, had dropped. They had definitely profited from this raid. However, what had surprised Shifeng the most was the appearance of the silver flute in his hands. Guild leader, what's so special about this flute? Even after examining it for a long moment, Aqua Rose could not see any peculiarities about the silver flute. The others couldn't see anything special about it either. There was only one line of text introducing this silver flute. Broken flute. If they had picked up this item during a normal hunt, they would have sold it to an NPC as garbage. You guys have heard of summoning flutes, right? Shifeng smiled faintly as he provided a hint. What? Guild leader, are you saying this is a mount? The Guardian Knight Turtledove shouted excitedly. While everyone else relied on their own feet for travel, it would be absurdly awesome if she could ride a high-ranking mount. Mounts were still out of players' reach, and it wasn't only because of their low levels. The main issue was money. Even after reaching level 40, players needed to 40 gold to purchase a steed. Even to expert players, 40 gold was astronomical. Furthermore, expert players would not be satisfied with a common mount. However, obtaining rarer mounts was extremely difficult. A guild mount also required a lot of time and resources to nurturing. Hence, riding a high-ranking mount right now was practically a dream. Everyone began drooling over the silver flute in Shifeng's hands. This flute should trigger a quest that rewards a mount. The mount should be bronze rank at the very least. It might even be mysterious iron rank. Shifeng was relatively familiar with mount quests. A mount quest generally awarded a bronze mount. However, as they had obtained this flute by killing a field boss for the first time, the mount quest might even reward a mysterious iron mount. Alright, which one of you wants it? We'll start the bidding at 50,000 GCPs. In terms of coins, 50,000 GCP was worth roughly 150 gold. A bronze mount would cost far more than just 150 gold. There was also a chance that this silver flute would yield a mysterious iron mount. If that were the case, the mount would be worth several times more. Guild leader, don't you want it? This is a high-ranking mount. Aqua Rose asked strangely. Shifeng was Zero Wings guild leader. He was their guild's face. He should be seen on the best mount they could find. Although she knew that the guild had already captured a mount, the guild stable had not been built yet. None of them could purchase a guild mount right now. Moreover, a guild mount only started out slightly stronger than a common mount. It was far from the prestige of a bronze or mysterious iron mount. I already have one, so you can fight for it. Shi Feng smiled faintly. He had not told anyone that he had obtained an even better mount when he had visited the Dark Denver. When everyone heard that Shi Feng would not participate in the auction, their hearts pounded as they frantically shouted their bids. In just a short moment, the bidding had increased past 100,000 GCPs. However, this was only the beginning. As the main force's ordinary members reached their limits, Blackie, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, and the other upper echelons joined the auction. 140,000. 145,000. 150,000. 220,000. As the upper echelons reached their limits, Aqua Rose shouted an offer that disappointed everyone present. Aqua Rose did not normally utilize her guild contribution points. She also often donated plenty of weapons and equipment to the guild warehouse. Hence, she had accumulated an immense amount of GCP. Her offer instantly dismissed everyone's hopes. If converted to coins, 220,000 GCPs would be worth 660 gold. If other guilds discovered that Aqua Rose had only spent 660 gold to purchase a mysterious iron mount, they would be shocked. If it were up to them, they would not hesitate to spend 1,000 gold on purchasing the mount. Following which, Shi Feng handed the silver flute to Aqua Rose as envy swept through the team. Before she had even reached level 40, Aqua Rose had obtained a high-ranking mount. As soon as she reached level 40, she could travel through God's domain with ease. Alright, enough idling. Split up and search for the other great lord. Who knows? The next one might drop another mount as well, Shi Feng said, laughing. Shi Feng's words motivated everyone instantly as they began searching for the other great lord in Campbell Volcano. Chapter 769, Levels Rising Rapidly. In the Stoneclaw Mountains. A long-abandoned city rested in a circle of mountains. Tens of thousands of corpses belonging to both players and half-orcs surrounded and littered the city. Several hundred players stood at the city's entrance. They were all out of breath and covered in fresh blood. Flame blood, revive the healers first. We'll continue after some rest, a man wearing deep blue chainmail and carrying a longbow on his back commanded. Flame blood, whose white robes had long since been stained red with blood, immediately began reviving the fallen healers. Guild leader, the respawn rate is simply too fast. We've only managed to clear out these half-orcs after so much trouble. If we don't hurry and enter now, entering the city will become far more difficult, Daybreak Fog said anxiously, a tired expression on her face. To enter this ruined city, Heaven's Burial had dispatched all of their elites, over 20,000 players. Only after several hours of fighting had they eliminated the half-orcs surrounding the ancient city. Overall, they had sacrificed over 20,000 elite players to deal with the tens of thousands of elite half-orcs, a great lord-ranked half-orc, and 5 high lord-ranked half-orcs. If they did not venture into the city now, all the regret in the world would not help them when the monsters respawned. It doesn't matter. Even if they respawn, that level 45 Great Lord won't be a problem. At most, we'll have to deal with those high lords again. If we want to complete this quest, we need to stabilize the situation outside the city. Otherwise, we'll die, Singular Burial, who was the man in the deep blue chainmail, responded calmly. We've been here for several days already. Now that success is in sight, it is important that we do not rush. As long as we complete this quest, Heaven's Burial will become Star Moon City's overlord. Both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will have no choice but to submit. Currently, players throughout the Star Moon Kingdom and surrounding countries drooled over the Stoneclaw Mountains. These guilds watched Stone Forest Town, which was under Zero Wing's control, enviously. However, nobody knew that. The person responsible for activating the Stoneclaw Mountains was Heaven's Burial's guild leader, Singular Burial. But now that Zero Wing has stabilized its position in Stone Forest Town, it is only a matter of time before the Stoneclaw Mountains become their backyard. Will this quest really help Heaven's Burial become Star Moon City's overlord? Lightning Blade questioned doubtfully. Singular Burial had been keeping a tight lid on the quest's information. Nobody else knew what the quest would award. Based on Lightning Blade's understanding of God's domain, there shouldn't be a quest that could allow a guild to dominate over a city. Zero Wing's backyard? Singular Burial sneered. It's just the Stoneclaw Mountains. So what if we give it to Zero Wing? Since this quest is almost complete, I'll explain. Do any of you know why there are so many magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains? Although other countries have their own regional dungeons that provide magic crystals, none of them are as saturated as the Stoneclaw Mountains. This ancient city is the reason. This city contains a treasure that is capable of condensing mana naturally. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains monsters have a much higher chance to drop magic crystals. If we can get our hands on that treasure, even without grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, any monster we kill within a certain radius of the item will drop magic crystals. Moreover, the drop rate will be the same as it is in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Do you think I would pay so much just to clear a ruined city if not for such a treasure? When Daybreak Fog and the others heard Singular Burial's explanation, they were stunned. The monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were too strong. Not only were these monsters hard to kill, but they were also harder on weapons and equipment than monsters elsewhere. If monsters in other maps could also drop magic crystals with the same probability as the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would be able to farm magic crystals much faster and more efficiently than in the regional dungeon. Moreover, it would cost less to farm elsewhere. Even if the other guilds put more effort into farming crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would be miles behind Heaven's Burial. As long as they had a sufficient stock of magic crystals, Heaven's Burial could rise to power. Alright, get some rest. We'll enter the city when we've recovered, Singular Burial commanded. While Heaven's Burial's members were preoccupied with their secret quest, the various large guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom desperately tried to level up, getting themselves ready to challenge level 40 large-scale team dungeons. To ordinary players, level 40 was still far out of their reach. To the various large guilds, however, they would reach it soon. Level 40 could be considered a new beginning. At level 40, players could use mounts, doubling their mobility. As a result, their leveling and questing efficiency would double as well. However, purchasing a large number of mounts for its members was unrealistic for a guild. Having a guild mount was more reasonable. Hence, guilds needed to focus on constructing a stable. However, stable designs' drop rates were abysmal. Only 100-man team dungeons had a somewhat higher drop rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperately preparing to raid level 40 large-scale team dungeons in the hopes of obtaining a stable design sooner. For a time, guilds were in a frenzy to raid large-scale team dungeons. Time quickly passed. 3 days had gone by before anyone had realized it. During this period, Shifeng led Zero Wing's main force all around the kingdom, hunting for great lords. If they did not find any, then they would kill field lords and high lords until they had finally exhausted the magic amplification scroll. Shifeng had also completed his quest. All 10 Inferno gold ingots were accounted for. Meanwhile, the team had climbed in levels. Originally, the average level of Zero Wing's main force was level 33. Now, the lowest among the team was level 37. Blackie, Fire Dance, and the other upper echelons had even risen to level 38. Throughout all of God's domain, they had the highest levels. Currently, the number 1 player on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 35. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels, the EXP gap was massive. As for Shifeng, he had reached level 39. He was only 1 step away from level 40. Unfortunately, Shifeng's magic amplification scroll was now useless. He could no longer summon a tier 3 demon to assist them in battle. Otherwise, they would have continued leveling at this speed. Aside from levels, they had also obtained a massive stock of materials and level 50 equipment. They had filled Shifeng's bag completely, transferring the overflow into Aqua Rose's bag. They had more than 40 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and several hundred pieces of fine gold equipment. Contrary to what they had expected, they had obtained less than 100 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. If they sold these items on the Blackwing auction house, it would definitely shake God's domain's major powers. Currently, while the various large guilds struggled to reach level 40, level 50 top-tier equipment was already on display. It'll be a little rushed, but fortunately, we've completed the quest. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the time. He had 5 hours remaining before his appointment with Phoenix Rain. Immediately, he said through the team chat, everyone can head back to the city. Aqua, take your team to get some rest. In 3 hours, meet up in Star Moon City's teleportation hall. Chapter 770, Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Upon arriving at the trading firm with Fire Dance, Shifeng noticed a significant decrease in the shop's customers. We've reached our limit already? Shifeng glanced at the players on the streets before taking another look at the situation inside the shop. Despite the Candlelight Trading Firm's location in the trade area, a high-traffic area, and the fact that this area enjoyed a growing player population, the trading firm was losing customers. This situation illustrated a lot of problems. Glancing at the street again, Shifeng noticed that several large guilds and merchant players had set up shop near the street corners. With more shops, the competition grew more intense. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm's position in White River City was still unshakable, the trading firm was losing profits. Initially, the firm could bring in over 1,000 gold every day from each shop. Now, including the shops in major cities throughout Star Moon Kingdom and other countries, the trading firm was just barely making a total profit of 1,000 gold per day. Currently, fewer and fewer hot-selling items such as whetstones and advanced whetstones, as well as various other necessities such as recovery potions and mana regeneration potions, sold each day. This was all due to the new competition. Most of these new shops had powerful backers. Furthermore, the designs for hot-selling items were becoming more common. One could easily farm them or purchase them from the auction house. As long as these shops hired some lifestyle players to produce these items and sold them at a lower price than the Candlelight Trading Firm, with a profitable location, they could easily steal plenty of the Candlelight Trading Firm's customers. Fortunately, light stones and basic strengthened armor kits still sold like hotcakes. However, Shifeng knew that this situation would not last. Neither the light stones nor the basic strengthening armor kits were unique items like the mana armor kit. As more time passed and players reached higher levels, it would become easier to obtain these items' designs. As a matter of fact, after just being away from the city for 3 days, other shops had already begun selling basic strengthened armor kits. Only, they demanded slightly higher prices than the Candlelight Trading Firm. It wouldn't be long before light stones would appear in other shops as well. At that time, the Candlelight Trading Firm would lose some of its advantages. Guild leader, why have you called for me? Melancholic Smile asked with a tired expression as she entered the firm's reception room. Melancholic Smile was feeling the pressure of the lost profits. Although she had thought of many solutions, none were effective enough to save them from this predicament. How is the production of the strengthening devices coming along? Shifeng asked. With the Candlelight Trading Firm's current income, they could never earn 150,000 gold in the next 20-some days. They needed to increase their profits. The strengthening devices were their only hope. More players flocked to White River City. Among them, there was no lack of elite and expert players. These players often ventured to high-level maps to grind. The burden on their equipment was much higher than ordinary players. Hence, they also had a much greater need for an item like the strengthening device, so that they could grind and adventure for longer periods. So far, I've produced 400 strengthening devices. My success rate is roughly 40%. Unfortunately, our stockpile is still too small to begin selling them. We will sell out before we even begin attracting customers. I intend to put them up for sale in the trading firm once we have a stockpile of 1,000 units. Melancholic Smile was optimistic about the strengthening devices. When they began to offer the strengthening devices, the candlelight trading firm would regain its popularity, increasing their daily sales tremendously. A success rate of 40%? Shifeng was slightly surprised. He had not expected Melancholic Smile to have such a high success rate. If Shifeng produced the strengthening devices himself, he'd have a 30% success rate at most. He then revealed a stack of designs and passed them to Melancholic Smile, saying, "Let Coco and the others learn these designs. If the firm has anyone with potential, you can allow them to learn one as well. Produce as many of these as you can. I have something important I need them for." Melancholic Smile was dumbfounded as she accepted the stack of designs. Strengthening device. Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Melancholic Smile already knew how important the strengthening device was. Obtaining even a single design was already an amazing feat, yet Shifeng had 5 more. If they had 5 more people producing the strengthening devices, they could satisfy the demands of 1 or 2 cities worth of players. After all, the cost of forging for the strengthening device was relatively high, and the forging success rate was low. Hence, they could not offer the devices for too low a price. However, the other item, the Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit, confused her slightly. Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Defense plus 120. Endurance plus 5, Agility plus 3. Fire Resistance plus 7. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 30 equipment or above. In terms of basic attributes, it was only slightly stronger than the basic strengthened armor kit. However, the materials it required were much rarer. The basic fire resistance armor kit would cost twice as much to produce as the basic strengthening armor kit. Would anyone really be willing to buy these? Although the fire resistance armor kit provided quite an amount of fire resistance, there were many areas in God's domain that didn't offer the danger of fire. Players didn't need to head to leveling maps or dungeons that required high fire resistance. One could say that the fire resistance armor kit was not a necessity. Even if they produced this item, not many players would be willing to purchase it. However, the fact that Shifeng viewed the basic fire resistance armor kit and the strengthening device as equally important showed that the former was just as precious. From now on, focus on forging strengthening devices and basic fire resistance armor kits. Set everything else aside. Shifeng was aware of Melancholic Smile's concerns. However, the basic fire resistance armor kit was no less valuable than the strengthening device. Although the armor kits were not useful right now, once the Eclipse Gate opened, items that provided fire and ice resistance would skyrocket in price. Only then would the fire resistance armor kits shine. With these 3 armor kits, one could gain 21 points of fire resistance. This way, players could equip fewer pieces of fire resistance equipment. Although fire resistance equipment could increase one's fire resistance, they would have to sacrifice basic attributes. Having too much of that equipment would wound a player's combat power, making it more difficult to kill monsters in the Eclipse Gate. Hence, after the various large guilds discovered the basic fire resistance armor kit, they would rush towards Campbell Volcano to farm for the design. Unfortunately, the design's drop rate was incredibly low. Moreover, they only dropped from the volcano's field bosses. Throughout these past 3 days, Shifeng had killed plenty of field bosses at Campbell Volcano with Zero Wing's main force. After 3 days of hard work, with the help of Divine Providence, they had obtained a total of 9 copies. Anyone else would thank their stars to obtain just 1. Right, how many materials have we collected for the stable so far? Shifeng made it clear that the guild stable was also a priority. The various large guilds were closing in on level 40. It would be a huge waste if he had the stable design but could not construct it. Chapter 771, Thousand Transformation Evolves. Hearing Shifeng's question, Melancholic Smile's expression sank, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. I've only managed to gather a little more than half of the required materials. We're still short 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, Melancholic Smile reported honestly. Shifeng had instructed her to handle the material collection for the stable, regardless of the price, a while ago. Yet, until now, aside from the materials Zero Wings members had gathered, she had only managed to source a small fraction of the required materials. All right. I doubt we'll be able to obtain the remaining materials easily. I'll try to think of a way to collect the rest. Focus on forging the strengthening devices. Shifeng nodded. Shifeng understood just how difficult it was to find the materials they needed to construct a stable. Even in 100-man hard mode team dungeons, the drop rates for these materials were abysmally low. Only Hell mode had a slightly higher drop rate. If they had not obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, they wouldn't have as much stock as they did right now. It was already impressive that they had over half of the materials. Moreover, the situation in God's domain had changed. The various large guilds were only a short time from the level 40 era. As long as the various large guilds did a little research, they would discover a hint to what they needed for their own stables. Primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were among the more obvious necessities. However, only those with stable designs would know the majority of the materials they needed. There were many kinds of rare materials that dropped in large-scale team dungeons, and they could be used in multiple designs. Even if they came across some building material that the stable design would require, the various guilds might assume it had a different purpose. However, as information on the primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones was available in cities' libraries, it would be nearly impossible to purchase these materials from other guilds. They were usually hard to obtain. However, Shifeng was also feeling celebratory. If he had not been able to participate in the Dark Arena, searching for a way to obtain the remaining stable materials would have really given him a headache. On the surface, the Dark Arena appeared to be a secret competition between the various international corporations. In truth, however, it was a place for the various corporations to exchange precious material and items. The Dark Arena provided a method to obtain the rarer materials and items. Of course, if one wanted these items, they needed to gamble on the team battles. In the Dark Arena, credits were not the most valued resource. Rather, it was the precious materials and items of God's domain. Normally, God's domain's major powers refused to sell these rarer items. At most, they might be willing to trade for items of equal value. Meanwhile, in the Dark Arena, if one offered a fair price, they could negotiate. Once both sides agreed, they would then bet on a match of their choosing. The winner would take everything. However, the winning battle team would also earn a small portion of this bet. If the battle team did not want the offered rewards, the party that won the bet could purchase the items from the winning team with credits. This was why so many powers throughout God's domain had hungered to join the Dark Arena in the past. They hadn't just wanted the fame. They had also wanted the chance to earn endless wealth and resources in God's domain. Unfortunately, not everybody could take part in the Dark Arena. The Dark Arena had its own inner circle. Ordinary guilds were not worthy of an invitation. Take Shifeng for example. Despite being the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he needed to get the assistance of the upper echelon of a first-rate guild to gain entry into the Dark Arena. In the past, Shifeng had visited the Dark Arena over a dozen times, and he had to admit that second-rate guilds could not afford to mingle there. Even legendary items in player-constructed cities were sometimes used as bargaining chips, much less legendary ranked materials. Although each team in the Dark Arena consisted only of 10 members, the profits one could earn from a single match could inspire hundreds, even millions, of people to fight. The primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were precious materials. In the dark arena, however, these materials were considered subpar wagers. Hence, it would not be difficult for Shifeng to gather the materials he needed to build his stable. After Shifeng stored the rare materials and level 50 weapons and equipment in the trading firm's warehouse, he hurriedly led Fire Dance towards Celiura's smithy. In Celiura's smithy, Shifeng handed Celiura the 10 Inferno gold ingots. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, Epic Hidden Quest Recast 1000 Transformations, completed. Quest rewards, 200 million EXP and Fortitude +5. Suddenly, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 42% of level 39. 200 million EXP might be a lot to ordinary players, but to Shifeng, it was a drop in the bucket. Aside from the fact that he required double the EXP normal players required to level up, an ordinary level 39 player needed an astonishing amount of EXP to level. Even several hundred millions of EXP was not enough to climb from level 39 to level 40. However, the 5 fortitude points were quite valuable. If Shifeng challenged advanced quests, he would have to waste a lot of time and complete 3 or 4 to gain 5 fortitude points. After stowing away the Inferno gold with satisfaction, Celiura looked at Shifeng and asked seriously, "Now that I have everything I need, who is the weapon intended for? My companion here will use it." Shifeng tugged Fire Dance forward as he introduced her to Celiura. Since 1000 Transformations was going to be recast, a Grandmaster forger like Celiura could not recast the weapon blindly. She needed to make sure that the weapon would fit its user perfectly. Taking a look at Fire Dance, Celiura turned back to Shifeng and said, "You must think this through. The weapon I recast will not be some garbage epic weapon that you can find anywhere on the streets. It will have the possibility of becoming a legendary weapon. Are you truly willing to give that up? Even tier 6 gods would go crazy over a legendary weapon." Celiura refused to believe that Shifeng would actually go through all that effort for the sake of a companion. "Why wouldn't I be willing?" Shifeng laughed. 1000 Transformations was a short sword. Although swordsmen could use short swords as well, they did not suit his style. On the other hand, Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. She could wield the 1000 Transformations to its greatest potential. Hearing Shifeng's confidence, Fire Dance's face burned with both excitement and bashfulness. With the light from the smithy's furnace, Fire Dance's normally white cheeks seemed to have been stained red. "You blockhead. Fine. It's your decision." Celiura then shifted her gaze towards Fire Dance. "You, follow me." Fire Dance nodded silently. She then followed Celiura and arrived before a silver magic array. "All you need to do is stand in the center of the magic array," Celiura instructed. Her hands then began tracing divine runes in the air. By the time Fire Dance took her place at the array's center, Celiura had already written dozens of lines of golden divine runes. Her casting speed was tremendous. Shortly after, Celiura flicked her delicate finger, and the divine runes wrapped around Fire Dance's body rapidly, enveloping her. After finishing her preparations, Celiura took out the mana stones Shifeng had readied for her and tossed them into the furnace. Suddenly, 100 mana stones hovered above the magic array, looking like stars as they circled the 1000 transformations, which the Grandmaster forger had placed inside the furnace. "In you go." Celiura took out the 10 Inferno gold ingots and tossed them into the furnace as well. Immediately, the crimson flames transformed into golden tongues of fire. In the next moment, the broken sword, which even killing ray could not damage, melted as they watched. When 1000 transformations had melted completely, it transformed into multicolored globs of molten metal. "Condensate!" Celiura shouted. A multicolored magic array then enveloped the furnace and everything around it. The 100 mana stones instantly transformed into liquid and melded with the liquefied 1000 transformations. Afterward, Celiura returned to rapidly writing divine runes and curses. The golden runes and purple curses also began to flow into the liquid metal inside the furnace. The Grandmaster forger wrote runes for over half an hour. By the time Celiura finished, her face had paled to an unhealthy white. Meanwhile, the divine runes and curses had molded the liquefied 1,000 transformations. Celiora waved her finger. 1,000 transformations then flew out of the furnace and hovered in midair. Currently, 1,000 transformations glowed red and radiated a scorching heat. It's finally complete. Celiora could not help but reveal an excited smile as she gazed at the newly recast 1,000 transformations. Chapter 772, Extraordinary Ability. Due to 1,000 transformations, the temperature in the smithy had increased rapidly. Shifeng felt as if he stood in the mouth of a volcano. Despite standing 10 yards away from the flawed weapon, Shifeng received tens of damage with each passing second. If a player with low fire resistance stood in his place, they would not last 10 seconds. Fortunately, Fire Dance was cocooned deep inside the magic array. She did not receive a single point of damage from the heat. Naturally, Celiora didn't need to worry about the heat. Stand further away. Celiora reminded Shifeng with a low command. A bottle of dark blue liquid then appeared in her hands. The instant Celiora took out this bottle, the smithy's temperature decreased significantly. Shifeng was still basking in the aftertaste of Celiora's forging process. However, upon hearing Celiora's reminder, he ran out of the smithy. Shifeng was no stranger to forgers. He was even a famous forger himself. Although Shifeng had watched master forgers work many times in the past, he had never once witnessed the forging process of a Grandmaster forger. He had never imagined there was actually such a huge difference between a master forger and a Grandmaster forger. The experience of watching Celiora work had been quite valuable. Even after 10 years, Grandmaster forgers had still been extremely rare in God's domain. Even the guild leader of a super guild had to treat such an existence with great respect. One could imagine just how high a Grandmaster forger's status was. Initially, Shifeng had thought that the largest difference between a master forger and a Grandmaster forger was their research and understanding of materials. However, after watching Celiora work, he realized the difference wasn't just the understanding of materials. A master forger could never hope to compare to a Grandmaster's understanding of divine runes, curses, and magic arrays as well. It was no wonder why the master forgers of Shadow had never reached Grandmaster status, regardless of how hard they had tried. The strength of Grandmaster forgers was ridiculous. Fortunately, I recorded Celiora's entire recasting process. Afterward, if I show the recording to Melancholic Smile and the others, they might have a better chance of becoming Grandmaster forgers. Shifeng, who waited outside Celiora's house, could not help smiling. After Shifeng had left the house, Celiora opened the deep blue bottle and poured a single drop of the deep blue liquid onto the glowing 1,000 transformations. The instant the deep blue liquid connected with 1,000 transformations, the flawed weapon cooled at a visible rate. The smithy also chilled to become a frozen hell. Although the smithy looked simple, extremely powerful magic arrays strengthened the area. Nothing from the outside world could disturb the house's interior. Likewise, nothing inside the house could disturb the outside world. Hence, Shifeng, who stood outside the house, was safe. He could not even sense the drastic changes inside the house. Only after another half an hour had passed did Celiora call Shifeng back. 1,000 transformations had already cooled completely. It was finished. The flawed weapon was white as snow. The sword's blade also emitted a faint glow, looking like a star in the night sky. Despite doing nothing beyond hovering in the air, Shifeng could feel a frightening power radiating from the short sword. Was it a success? Shifeng asked curiously. If it were a success, then the moment Fire Dance equipped the weapon, her attributes would most likely surpass his by a wide margin. After all, he only had a single fragmented legendary item on his person. A complete legendary item had the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Several epic items and a fragmented legendary item could not compare. Unfortunately, Celiora shook her head in disappointment and said, although I've completed the runes on the sword, there are some defects in the original materials. It can only reach fragmented legendary rank. If I had the complete 1,000 transformations, it might have become a legendary weapon. Shifeng expressed his sympathy when he saw Celiora's disappointment. Every Grandmaster forger dreamed of creating a legendary weapon of their own. Although Celiora had not been forging an entirely new weapon, only recasting one, if she succeeded, it would be of immense help towards making a legendary weapon in the future. However, he had expected this. A legendary weapon was not easily obtainable. It was not something he would stumble across after completing a single hidden epic quest. A fragmented legendary item was the limit. If he wanted to obtain a legendary weapon, he would have to complete a legendary quest at the very minimum. If Galaxy Past knew that his death had given Zero Wing an additional fragmented legendary item, he would probably die from a heart attack. Shifeng could imagine just how much effort Galaxy Past had put into obtaining 1,000 transformations. However, it had fallen into Zero Wing's hands. As for Feather, the future god-ranked assassin, Shifeng could only apologize to him. Come, test it out, Celiora said as she turned to Fire Dance, who had been frozen in place throughout this process. Players could wield and test any weapon in God's domain. However, if they did not meet the necessary requirements, they could not use the weapon in battle. When Fire Dance grasped the hovering 1,000 transformations, she was instantly stunned. Only after a long moment did she dazedly make a few casual swings. Suddenly, a silver flash appeared in the smithy. Despite only swinging the weapon a few times, it felt as if the silver sword were present throughout the building. Moreover, only the sacred sword killing ray in Shifeng's hands could match this sword's speed. So strong. Shifeng watched the myriad of sword images that filled the space, feeling threatened. Despite being a Void Realm expert, he could not predict the 1,000 transformations' attack trajectory. He also couldn't tell which image was real and which image was just an afterimage. They all seemed real and fake at the same time. Is this the true power of 1,000 transformations? Shifeng had watched Feather's battle videos in the past. However, 1,000 transformations had not been this powerful. Although Feather's attacks with 1,000 transformations had also created numerous sword images, a refinement realm expert could, more or less, differentiate the fakes from the real deal. Meanwhile, Shifeng had already reached the Void Realm, yet, he couldn't differentiate between the sword images Fire Dance had created. Even though he could feel many of the sword images were fake and were out of sync with Fire Dance's movements, the pressure these sword images gave off felt very real to him. There is a reason why this sword was named the 1,000 Transformations. When swung, it can transform its user's attack into a myriad of forms and confuse the enemy. However, when the opponent attempts to retaliate, they will quickly discover that most of the sword images are fake. Yet, when struck by these fakes, they will receive damage. 1,000 transformations can interchange illusions with reality. It's a pity that it did not become a legendary weapon. It would have been truly magnificent, Celiora explained, smiling. As she had personally upgraded this weapon to fragmented legendary rank, she understood 1,000 transformations like the palm of her hand. How about it? Do you feel any discomfort while using it? Fire Dance was still deeply immersed in the sensation of using 1,000 transformations. Even after Celiora asked her a question, she remained unresponsive. However, judging from Fire Dance's current reaction, it was obvious that the weapon fit her like a glove. Guild leader, it feels like this weapon is a part of my body. I can even feel the blade cut across air. Fire Dance said excitedly as she wielded 1,000 transformations like a favorite toy. Of course. This is a fragmented legendary weapon Lady Celiora has personally adjusted for you. It should fit you far better than any other fragmented legendary weapon. You should feel that way, Shifeng laughed. Alright, stop playing with it for now. 1,000 transformations already belongs to you. You have all the time in the world to analyze it. Let me see its attributes. Chapter 773, Strongest Attributes. Shi Feng was incredibly curious to see how powerful a fragmented legendary weapon was. There were quite a number of fragmented legendary items in God's domain. However, those who had obtained fragmented legendary items were not fools. They would not intentionally reveal their items' attributes, allowing their opponents an opportunity to guess their strength and discover weaknesses. Moreover, fragmented legendary items that belonged to large guilds were kept as guild secrets. They wouldn't even advertise owning one, much less revealing the item's attributes. Although Shi Feng had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, the guild had not owned a single fragmented legendary item. On the other hand, the guild had owned quite a few epic items. However, at the end of the day, an epic weapon was only an epic weapon. It could never compare to a fragmented legendary weapon. Hearing Shi Feng's request, Fire Dance lost her composure. Hurriedly, she sent Shi Feng the 1,000 transformation statistics. As expected of a fragmented legendary weapon. Compared to this, an epic weapon is practically garbage. Shi Feng's hands involuntarily trembled when he saw the weapon's attributes. 1,000 transformations, one-handed sword, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 700, agility 700. Attack power, 200% of strength. Attack speed, 2% of agility. All attributes, increases according to user's level. When equipped. Strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 60%, intelligence increased by 40%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%. Ignore levels plus 20. All skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Attacks have 60% chance to trigger deadly blow, increasing damage by 220% and attack speed by 20%. 20% chance to trigger critical point effect, ignoring all block and defense effects, and dealing 330% weapon damage. Additional skill 1 dash. Phantom, when activated, summons 5 doppelgangers. The doppelgangers share attributes with the wielder. They do not have any attack power. All attacks against doppelgangers will have no effect. User can freely swap positions with any of the 5 doppelgangers without cooldown. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill 2 dash. True illusion. If wielder dies within 40 seconds upon activation, wielder will respawn at full HP nearby. Grants 3 seconds of invulnerability. All buffs before death will remain in effect. Cooldown, 48 hours. Additional skill 3 dash. Illusory power, increases strength by 80%, agility by 100%, and movement speed by 70%. All damage received has a 50% chance to be sent into the void. Grants immunity to all control effects. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Created by famed Smith Jax. 1,000 transformations is 65th of God's domain's 108 flawed weapons. It had lost all its power due to the blade's destruction. However, it had been recast by Grandmaster Forger Celiora. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. User, Fire Dance. An epic weapon could never hope to compare to the 1,000 transformations attributes, much less the additional skills. This weapon was perfect for assassins. However, the most impressive aspect of 1,000 transformations was the true illusion skill. It was even more amazing than the full revival skill. Even when a player revived with full revival, they would still have to suffer the death penalty and lose a level. Moreover, the monster they fought would leave combat due to their death. When said player challenged the same monster again, the monster would have recovered to full HP. The player would have to start the battle all over again. However, true illusion was different. It could dismiss a player's death, allowing them to reappear with full HP without needing to lose a level. Even if one died in mid-battle against a monster, they could reappear and continue fighting immediately. In PvP, this skill was even more powerful. In ordinary duels, this skill might not be useful as the system would declare the outcome of the battle as soon as a player's HP fell to 1. In a death match, however, the battle would only end after a player had died. In such a situation, true illusion would take effect, allowing the player to reappear with full HP instantly. The system would not judge the player as the loser, and the battle would continue. With this skill, with the survivability of assassins, it would be near possible to kill Fire Dance. If one did not have the strength to instant kill Fire Dance, they would not be able to kill her at all. Moreover, 1,000 transformations was now a personal weapon. Even if others wanted the flawed weapon, they could not steal it from her. Of course, if Fire Dance obtained better equipment, 1,000 transformations would go to waste. There were both pros and cons. Can you equip it now? Shifeng asked Fire Dance, his excitement evident in his tone. If Fire Dance could equip 1,000 transformations right now, they would have a much easier time in the dark arena. After all, that was a team battle. An individual's strength was limited. To prevent monster-like characters from dominating the entire competition, the dark arena ran team battles. This way, the outcome was much harder to predict. It was also impossible for one player to carry a battle team to victory. A battle team was only likely to secure victory if the majority of the members were very powerful. If Fire Dance equipped 1,000 transformations, it would undeniably increase the Asura battle team's chances of victory. My agility is sufficient. However, I don't have enough strength. Fire Dance was similarly tempted and wished she could equip the new weapon immediately. However, the weapon demanded 700 strength, and of everyone in Zero Wing, only Shifeng had met this requirement. How far are you from the requirement? Shifeng asked. I'm short by 133 points, Fire Dance felt helpless. Unfortunately, she had placed the majority of her free attribute points into agility. Her Tier 3 gemstones were also all agility types. However, had she not focused on her agility, she wouldn't have enough for that requirement either. That's quite a lot. Shifeng frowned. If it were only several dozen points, he had some ways to make up for the gap. However, over 100 points was a little too much. Unless she could replace her equipment. Right, now that you're level 38, you should be able to equip the Petrified Thorn. Try. The Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, the Dark Melody set, could decrease the equipment requirement by 3 levels. The Petrified Thorn could only be equipped at level 40. As for the other equipment requirements, Fire Dance had fulfilled them long ago. She could equip the Petrified Thorn now. Being reminded by Shifeng, Fire Dance hurriedly replaced the Subhand True Fire Blade with the Petrified Thorn. Immediately, her attributes skyrocketed. Not only did an epic weapon provided more fixed attributes, but it also increased a player's basic attributes by a fixed percentage after being equipped. Take the Petrified Thorn for example. When equipped, it would increase the wielder's strength and agility by 10%. Moreover, the True Fire Blade was only a level 30 dark gold weapon. How could it possibly compete with a level 40 epic weapon in terms of attributes? Sure enough, after Fire Dance equipped the Petrified Thorn, she was only 32 strength short of reaching 700 points. Afterward, Shifeng led Fire Dance to the Candlelight trading firm and had her replace some of the Tier 3 agility gemstones with Tier 3 strength gemstones, instantly pushing her strength to 700 points. Her agility remained above 700 as well. Test it out, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at Fire Dance's slightly nervous expression. Emichim. Fire Dance then replaced her main weapon with 1,000 transformations. Immediately, Fire Dance's aura changed massively. The pressure Shifeng felt from her also increased tremendously. The assassin now felt like a ferocious beast that had just woken and bared its sharp fangs. Shifeng was incomparably excited to see Fire Dance's strength increase. Currently, in terms of basic attributes, Fire Dance had surpassed him. Alright, it's time to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Empire. Shifeng smiled. Chapter 774, Four Great Empires. In one of the bars in Star Moon City's slums, a middle-aged man in silver robes turned and looked at his surroundings. After confirming that no one had followed him, he walked into the bar. Aside from the NPC barkeeper, the bar's only occupant was a white-haired youth dressed in exquisite, black leather armor. When the white-haired youth, who had been enjoying a bottle of vodka in silence, sensed the silver-robed man walk over, he turned around and smiled, saying, "You're finally here. It seems that Black Flame has put you through quite the ringer. Did you finish what I asked you to do?" The silver-robed man was none other than Sky from the Flower of Seven Sins. He was also the first Void Realm expert Sherfone had killed. Sky's position in the Flower of Seven Sins was extraordinary. He could be considered one of the organization's key figures. Normally, upon meeting, the Flower's members only felt fear and respect. They were deeply afraid of offending Sky, who had a strange personality. Yet, when speaking with this man, the white-haired youth remained calm and natural. If the other members saw this, they would definitely be shocked. As you guessed, he can steal players' immortal souls. However, I did not discover that item's presence on him. Really though, this incident has ruined me. I wasn't able to log into the game for 3 days. I've fallen behind in levels. I even lost an excellent pair of shoes. Say, how do you intend to compensate me for the losses? Sky said, annoyance clear in his tone as he glared at the gloating youth. Fine. They were just a pair of shoes. What do you think of this? The white-haired youth asked, laughing. He then revealed a pair of level 35 dark gold ranked combat boots. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 30, while its experts were level 33. Even expert players were barely reaching level 35. Yet, the white-haired youth could so easily hand Sky a pair of level 35 dark gold ranked combat boots. Even level 30 dark gold equipment was very difficult to obtain, not to mention level 35 dark gold equipment. That is more like it. Anything less and you'd fail to live up to your name, Silver. Sky, however, was not particularly surprised. He accepted the combat boots. You really are a strange one. Instead of looking for him yourself, you chose me to test his strength and learn whether or not he has that item. Isn't this just a waste of time? With your abilities, can't you find an opportunity to kill him fairly easily? You don't understand. There is only one chance to obtain that item. In the off chance that I alert him, I will lose that one opportunity. Besides, it was fortunate that I didn't join you. It would have been too difficult to kill him. He didn't bring the item with him either. Killing him would have been useless. Silver shook his head. Laughing softly, he said, I am not in a rush, anyway. In any case, I have other places to be, as well. However, I need you to keep a close eye on him and report any movement to me. As for the reward you requested, I'll take care of it as soon as possible. However, you mustn't forget that only you and I know this information. If I find that word has gotten out, you will suffer the consequences. Sky involuntarily shivered under Silver's warning glare. Hurriedly, he replied, I understand. Silver was a true upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins. Throughout the organization's history, Silver was the only player to join the organization's upper echelons at such a young age. His strength and abilities were extraordinary. If he offended Silver, not only would he find it impossible to mingle in God's domain, but he would also suffer in the real world. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon Imperial City. God's domain was the home of numerous empires. The 4 great empires, however, towered above the rest. The Fire Dragon Empire was one of these 4. The Beast Empire's imperial capital only had a player population of around 10 million. Flame Dragon City, however, had a population of over 30 million. Beast City could not compete with Flame Dragon City. At the same time, Flame Dragon City was also one of the 4 venues that often hosted the Dark Arena. Flame Dragon City's territory was also massive. Compared to Flame Dragon City, Star Moon City and White River City were merely small children. Currently, a large number of players had gathered in Flame Dragon City's underground arena. Every one of these players either held prominent positions in the virtual gaming world or was one of God's domain's many overlords. No one could afford to offend a single one of these players. Currently, ordinary players could not enter the underground arena as a super guild had cordoned off the area. If a player dared to cause a scene here, they would find themselves very quickly removed from God's domain. Hence, no one dared to approach without an invitation. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time, yet those people haven't arrived yet. Should we have the others prepare for now? A charming beauty wearing luxurious, purple mage robes asked Phoenix Rain softly. We still have some time. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. If they aren't going to show up, we'll have the others take their place, Phoenix Rain said as she glanced at the charming beauty beside her. Smiling, she continued, Blue, I know you have a low opinion of Zero Wing, but Black Flame is the expert who defeated Martial Dragon. Just a while ago, he even defeated Sky from the Flower of Seven Sins. His strength is at the pinnacle of God's domain. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Blue Phoenix was no less famous than Martial Dragon. She was one of the top combatants the Phoenix Pavilion had paid a large price to nurture secretly. However, due to Martial Dragon awakening his domain a step ahead of her, Blue Phoenix was weaker than Martial Dragon. Even so, she was still an expert ranking at the very top of God's domain. Originally, Phoenix Rain had intended to allow Blue Phoenix to lead the battle team, taking advantage of her strength to make a fortune. However, Black Flame's sudden appearance had changed her mind. If she had Black Flame lead the battle team instead, she had a better chance of keeping herself hidden. At the very least, nobody would connect her with this battle team. But Black Flame looks down on us. Big Sis Rain, you only obtained this battle team slot after a lot of trouble, yet they haven't shown themselves, and we're losing time before the match begins. This shows that they're not taking this seriously at all. How could someone like this fight with everything they have in the match? Blue Phoenix complained indignantly. As Phoenix Rain waited quietly for Shifeng's arrival, a woman in a set of glamorous purple robes appeared before her. This beautiful woman radiated the air of luxury. Why, if it isn't Miss Feng? I never thought that after so many years, you'd still be a measly pavilion master. If you had agreed to my brother's conditions, you wouldn't be in such a pitiful state, Exemplary Willow said, giggling. Her eyes, however, contained ridicule as she spoke. And here I wondered who had appeared before me. So it's Miss Lu too, who recently suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of an upstart guild like Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain chuckled while covering her mouth with her hand. Hearing Phoenix Rain come back, Exemplary Willow flared with anger like a cat whose tail got stepped on. Feng Qianyu, don't think that you've won just yet. Sooner or later, I'll teach you that all your efforts are for nothing. Your fate has already been determined and cannot be changed. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion cannot help you. Not to mention, you're still just a measly, little pavilion master. Exemplary Willow snorted as she stomped away. After Exemplary Willow left, however, Phoenix Rain's complexion darkened slightly. Big Sis Rain, time's up. The organizer is ushering us to get ready. What should we do? Blue Phoenix asked. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.